Chapter 82. Kaido, still with his arm around Thalia, watched Ares' transformation. His gaze, despite the pain, was steady and determined. "Is all that size just to compensate for your ego?" Kaido said with a weak smile, trying to lighten the tension, but feeling the seriousness of the situation. Thalia, focused, raised her hand. Lightning began crackling around her, gathering in her palm. "Let's end this, Kaido," Thalia exclaimed, her voice filled with determination. She launched a bolt of lightning toward Ares, aiming to hit him directly. Crack-boom! The lightning struck Ares dead-on, but despite the impact, the god of war barely flinched. He laughed loudly, the electrical energy dissipating around his body without causing much damage. "You think your lightning can hurt me?" Ares mocked, raising his hand and absorbing some of the energy around him. Kaido, seeing that Thalia's attacks were not having the desired effect, knew they would need something more powerful to face Ares in his new form. Vendetta, Kaido thought, focusing on the spiritual spear that had fallen on the ground near Ares. Slowly, the spear began to move. At first, a slight tremor, then, as if it had a will of its own, the weapon slid across the ground, gaining speed until it was drawn directly into Kaido's hand. Swoosh! The spear moved quickly, and Kaido grasped it firmly, feeling Vendetta's powerful energy flowing through his body. He released his arm from Thalia, freeing himself from her support. "I'll handle him," Kaido said, his voice more confident now as he focused. With an ethereal glow, Kaido assumed his fairy form, his translucent wings appearing gracefully, and his short blonde hair shining under the supernatural light of the Colosseum. Thalia took a few steps back, watching as Kaido assumed his true form, while lightning still crackled around her body. She knew she had to trust him now. "So you're a fairy," Ares said, laughing loudly as he faced Kaido. "I've exterminated your kind before. Fairies are insects. I'll make sure you join the rest of your people, devil." Kaido narrowed his eyes, the rage burning inside him at hearing Ares' words. He knew Ares had been involved in the extermination of his species, and the hatred he felt now was more intense than ever. "I am not like the fairies you exterminated, Ares, and I won't die today." Ares laughed once more, his laughter echoing throughout the Colosseum. He twirled the sword in his hand, as if preparing for an easy fight. "We'll see, little insect." Without waiting any longer, Kaido charged at Ares, his spear glowing with intense energy. He moved swiftly, his wings gently flapping as he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes with the spear, trying to find an opening in the god of war's defenses. Swoosh clang. Ares blocked the strikes with ease, his sword and shield absorbing the impact of Kaido's attacks. Every attack from Kaido seemed futile against Ares' overwhelming strength. "You're fast, but that won't save you," Ares said, laughing as he countered with his flaming sword. Clang! Kaido barely managed to dodge the blow, feeling the heat of the flames as Ares' sword sliced through the air. Even in his fairy form, Kaido knew he didn't have the strength to defeat the god of war with direct attacks alone. "Getting tired, fairy?" Ares mocked, advancing once again with a cruel smile on his face. "Your kind has always been weak, and you're no different." Ignoring the taunts, Kaido focused on his spear. Vendetta began to glow brightly, and with a thought, Kaido altered its form. The spear split into several smaller versions, each glowing with the same intensity as the original. He controlled each one with his mind, making them float around him. "Let's see if you can handle this," Kaido muttered, as the multiple floating spears shot toward Ares, surrounding the god of war from all sides. Swish, swish, swish. The spears advanced at high speed, trying to pierce his defenses. However, Ares laughed again, raising his shield and swinging his sword. Clang, clang, clang. With quick, precise movements, Ares blocked and deflected each of the spears, his shield ringing with the impact of the attacks. None of them even managed to scratch the god of war. "You really think multiplying your weapons will help you?" Ares mocked, advancing toward Kaido with surprising speed. Before Kaido could react, Ares delivered a devastating strike with his flaming sword, hitting Kaido directly in the chest and sending him crashing against the Colosseum wall. Thud! Kaido collided with the stone wall, feeling the air leave his lungs. Pain radiated through his entire body, but he forced himself to stand, gasping, his eyes still fixed on Ares. Thalia watched as Kaido was hurled against the wall by Ares' blow, her heart clenching at the sight of the injured devil. Kito. She clenched her fists, her eyes glowing with pure energy. Thalia knew she couldn't stand by while Kaido faced Ares alone. Calm yourself, Thalia, Drake intervened mentally. He's strong, but you must act wisely. Thalia took a deep breath, feeling the fury boiling inside her. Lightning continued to gather around her, crackling louder and louder. She looked at Ares, who was advancing with an arrogant smile, believing he had already won against Kaido. Ares, you won't leave here alive, Thalia exclaimed, raising both hands to the sky. Lightning began to concentrate above her, forming a massive electric storm. Ares, still with a mocking smile on his face, paused for a moment, watching Thalia. You think lightning will bring me down? We've tried that, sister, Ares said with a derisive laugh. Thalia ignored the provocation. She channeled even more power, her body trembling with the intensity of the energy she controlled. Lightning began to strike around her, hitting the ground of the Colosseum with devastating force. Crack boom. While Ares raised his shield to defend against the lightning, Kaido, who was still standing, seized the moment of distraction. The many smaller versions of his spear, which had been scattered across the field, began to gather and merge again into a single, powerful spear. Kaido, now with the spear in his hand, felt the energy surging through his body. His eyes glowed with fierce determination. He knew this was his chance. D-Drag now, Thalia shouted, channeling the power of the boosted gear to Kaido. Boost! D-Drag's voice echoed through the arena, and Kaido's power doubled instantly. His demonic aura intensified, enveloping him completely. Ares, still focused on deflecting Thalia's lightning, did not notice Kaido advancing toward him with the spear in hand. Boost! D-Drag shouted again, and Kaido's power doubled once more. His speed increased drastically, and he moved like a blur toward Ares. Clang! The sound of Kaido's spear striking Ares' shield echoed through the Colosseum. The impact was so strong that cracks began to appear on Ares' golden shield, and the god was visibly surprised by Kaido's strength. You're going to die, Ares, Kaido shouted, his voice full of conviction as he pressed the spear against the god's shield. Boost! D-Drag shouted for the third time, and Kaido's power multiplied again. The force of his attack was now overwhelming, and Ares' shield, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into pieces with a deafening crack. Cracked! Ares' eyes widened in shock as he saw his shield break before Kaido's strength. Before he could react, Kaido took advantage of the opening and, with a swift and precise movement, drove the Vendetta spear directly into Ares' chest. Thud! Ares' body froze for a moment, his look of superiority and arrogance disappearing as the spear pierced deep into his chest. He let out a guttural scream of pain and rage, his body trembling from the force of the blow. You can't defeat me. I am Ares, the god of war. Ares tried to speak, but his voice was weak, his life force rapidly fading. Kaido, still gripping the spear tightly, stepped forward, forcing the weapon even deeper into Ares' body. This is for my people, for the fairies you exterminated, Kaido said coldly, and for the vengeance of all those you destroyed. Ares tried to lift his sword one last time, but his strength abandoned him. The god of war fell to his knees, still with the spear embedded in his chest, his body trembling with pain and exhaustion. Thalia slowly approached, watching Ares with a determined look. She felt the electric storm around her begin to dissipate as she joined Kaido. Ares, it's over. Ares, with no strength left to fight, dropped the sword from his hands. His titanic body began to shrink slowly, returning to his normal form as his breathing grew weaker. You may be the god of war, but even gods fall, Kaido said, pulling the spear back with a swift and precise motion. Ares fell to the ground, motionless, divine blood seeping from his chest. Silence filled the Colosseum. Kaido took a deep breath, still feeling the power of the boosted gear pulsing through his body, but he knew the battle was over. Thalia, standing beside him, placed her hand on his shoulder. You did it, Kaido, we did it. Kaido, still panting, nodded. Yes, Ares is dead. Kaito looked at Aries' lifeless body on the ground, and for a moment, allowed himself to feel the weight of his victory. He knew this was just the first of many battles to come, but for now, vengeance was complete. Chapter 83. A golden light began to emanate from Aries' body, shining intensely, while Kaito and Thalia watched closely. The enveloping aura, which seemed to pulse with divine power, slowly started floating toward Kaito. "This light, what is this?" Thalia asked, stepping back a little, her eyes fixed on the phenomenon unfolding. Kaito, sensing the strange energy approaching him, tried to move to the side, attempting to dodge it. "No, I don't know what this is, but I don't want to be involved." However, no matter how fast he moved, the golden light followed him, enveloping him completely before he could escape. The piercing glow struck him with force, as if it were being absorbed into his body. An intense light surrounded him, making Kaito feel an explosion of energy within him, something far beyond his own demonic magic. "Ah, what's happening?" Kaito murmured, feeling the powerful energy circulating through his entire body. The light was Aries' divinity, transferring to Kaito as if the god of war's power was seeking a new bearer. Thalia watched with concern, but she knew there was nothing she could do at that moment. "Kaito, are you okay? What was that?" Thalia asked anxiously, approaching Kaito. I'm fine," Kaito replied, still gasping for air, feeling the weight of the new energy in his body. "It seems like I received something divine. We'll figure out what this divinity is that I now carry later." Kaito took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He knew it wasn't the time to explore this further. They needed to leave that place. "Let's get out of here," Kaito said, raising his hand and concentrating his magic. "We've done what we had to do." A magic circle appeared beneath his feet, glowing softly. The light enveloped both Kaito and Thalia as Kaito's magic activated. In an instant, they disappeared from the Colosseum and materialized in Kyo. As soon as they vanished, Hephaestus emerged from the shadows, observing the now empty battlefield. The Colosseum still stood, remnants of the battle could be felt in the air. "Those two are reckless and foolish," Hephaestus muttered, a look of irritation on his face. "They left without erasing their magical signatures." With a quick gesture, Hephaestus raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the Colosseum began to tremble lightly. Crack, crack. The walls of the Colosseum began to disintegrate into golden particles, floating in the air like magical dust. The entire scene created by Ares dissolved, revealing the Empire State Building around Hephaestus once again. The building returned to normal, with no trace of the epic battle that had taken place there. "Now, the magical signatures," Hephaestus said, moving his hand again. With a second snap, he erased any trace of Kaito and Thalia's presence from the location. Done, no traces, no evidence. With one last look of disdain toward the spot, Hephaestus disappeared, leaving the Empire State in complete silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Inside the house, Kaito and Thalia materialized, the soft light of the magic circle slowly fading. "Here we are," Kaito said casually, looking around the house. "Welcome to my home, Thalia." Thalia looked around, observing every detail with curiosity. The house was modern but still preserved the essence of Japanese culture, with light wooden floors, sliding doors, and a cozy atmosphere. "It's different," Thalia commented, crossing her arms as she slowly walked through the living room. "Definitely more organized than my place." Kaito smiled, walking to the kitchen, which was integrated into the living room. "I think you'll like it. Everything here is simpler but functional, and no shoes inside the house, of course." Thalia glanced down at her feet, realizing she was still wearing her shoes. Quickly, she removed them and left them by the door. "That's going to be a hard habit to pick up," she said with a smile. "You'll get used to it," Kaito replied, moving toward the sliding door that led to the hallway. "Let me show you the rest of the house." While Kaito showed the rooms, the scene shifted to the student council room at Kyo Academy. Rias sat at the head of the table, with Kiba, Kaneko, and Akino positioned around. Across from them were Shidu Irina and Zenobia Quarta, two exorcists who brought with them disturbing news. "So, what do you want from us?" Rias asked, breaking the silence that hung in the air. Her voice was firm but maintained courtesy, despite the tension growing with each passing moment. Irina, with a friendly smile, was the first to speak. "We've come here at the church's request. We need help recovering something that was recently stolen." Riaz raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Stolen?" At the mention of Excalibur, Kiba clenched his fists tightly, his gaze burning with rage. The mere mention of the sacred swords filled him with fury. "What are those swords doing in my territory?" Riaz asked, her expression becoming more serious. Zenobia crossed her arms, her posture arrogant. "The order is that devils should not get involved in this matter. The church and the fallen angels already have their own methods for dealing with the theft." The atmosphere grew even more tense. Zenovia's arrogance irritated Riaz, and the idea that the devils would simply be ignored in the situation deeply bothered her. Riaz took a deep breath, controlling her irritation. "We're talking about QO, which is my territory. If something of large scale happens here, it affects everyone. There's no way I can ignore this." Zenovia cast a cold look at Riaz. "The church's higher-ups believe the devils might ally with the fallen angels for their own interests. The theft of the Excaliburs would benefit you." Kiba, who had been quiet until then, could no longer contain himself. His hatred for the Excaliburs was palpable, and the fact that exorcists were there only increased his fury. "Kiba," Riaz said in a firm tone, sensing the growing animosity in her knight. "Control yourself." Kiba took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but he still glared at Irina and Zenovia with sharp eyes. He could never forget what the Excaliburs represented to him and the suffering they had caused. "Make yourself at home, Thalia. I'm going to visit some friends," Kaito said, already heading for the door with a slight smile on his face. He knew Thalia needed a moment to relax and get familiar with the new environment. "Are you sure you don't need help?" Thalia asked, still analyzing her surroundings. She seemed a bit uncomfortable with the idea of being alone. "Yeah, everything's fine," Kaito replied, putting on his shoes. "Take the time to rest. When I return, we'll talk more about what to do next." Thalia sighed and shook her head with a light smile. "All right, I'll try to get used to your organized world." Kaito chuckled softly, opening the door. "It won't be that hard, I'm sure." With a final wave, he stepped out, leaving Thalia alone in the house, watching him leave. As he walked through the streets of Q towards the school, his thoughts wandered, reflecting on the power he had acquired after killing Ares. This energy, the power of a god, Kaito thought, feeling the flow of Ares' divinity still pulsing within his body. It was a strange sensation, blending with his demonic magic and the ethereal power of his fairy form. "This will be useful against the other gods that come my way." He closed his eyes for a brief moment, focusing on the new power. He still wasn't sure how to fully use it, but he knew that, with time, control would come. "If Ares fell, the others can fall too. I just need to master this." The soft sound of his footsteps echoed on the sidewalk as he continued walking. Kaito looked up, observing the calm streets of Q around him. It was good to be back in Japan after so long away. There was a sense of nostalgia in the air, as if every corner and building brought back memories of a past life. Swoosh! The wind blew softly, rustling the trees around as Kaito got lost in his thoughts. He knew that, despite the calmness of Kyo, the world around him was changing rapidly. The gods were on the move, and the approaching war would require all the power he could gather. "This power is just the beginning," he reflected, a determined smile forming on his lips. "I'll use it to destroy anyone who stands in my way." As he approached the school, Kaito noticed how everything seemed both different and familiar at the same time. There was a touch of nostalgia in the air, reminding him of his life in Japan before becoming involved in supernatural battles. Even after everything, Japan still feels the same. But I've changed, Kaito thought, looking at the school building in the distance. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air of Kyo, and continued his walk, determined to learn more about the power he now carried and to use it against the enemies that were coming. Chapter 84. Kaito slowly approached the entrance of Kyo Academy, his eyes focused on the imposing gate leading to the campus. He walked towards the Occult Research Club building. As he neared the club's entrance, he noticed an unusual commotion. In front of the building, Kiba and Zenobia stood face to face, swords drawn, as if ready to fight. What's going on here? Immediately, all heads turned in his direction. Rias and Aquino, who were nearby, looked surprised to see Kaido there. Their eyes widened momentarily, but they quickly returned to their usual calm and composed demeanor. Kaido, Rias said softly, her voice carrying a slight hesitation. Kiba, who was about to strike Zenobia, paused for a moment upon hearing Kaido's name, turning slightly to face him. Kaneko, silently observing everything, also noticed Kaido's arrival but, as usual, didn't show much emotion. Zenobia and Irina, on the other hand, maintained neutral expressions. To them, Kaido was just another devil, not of great importance. "What's going on?" Kaido repeated, his eyes now fixed on Zenobia and Kiba, who still held their weapons ready for combat. "Oh, Kaido, what a nice surprise." Aquino responded enthusiastically, her voice tinged with a playful tone, as she observed the tension between Kiba and Zenobia. She took a step forward, placing a hand thoughtfully on her chin. "These girls, Zenobia and Irina, came to us to talk about the Excalibur stolen by the church. They said they need to recover the sacred swords, but, well, Zenobia hasn't shown much respect for Rias." Aquino smiled mischievously, but there was a hint of concern in her eyes. "Zenobia treated our president as if she were just another devil, which, of course, really upset Kiba. Now, he's determined to take justice into his own hands." "Those sacred swords hold special meaning for Kiba," Aquino continued, her tone more serious now. "Their presence affects him deeply. On top of that, Zenovia's arrogance has only heightened the tension." Kaido glanced at Kiba, who maintained his aggressive stance, clearly disturbed by the presence of the Excaliburs. Zenobia, on the other hand, didn't seem intimidated by the situation, her eyes cold and determined as she stared back at Kiba. Irina, standing beside Zenobia, kept a more relaxed posture, but her eyes were alert to every movement, ready to intervene if necessary. Kaido, with a calm expression, took a few steps toward Rias and Aquino, positioning himself beside them. He crossed his arms, his eyes now fixed on the brewing battlefield in front of him. Kiba moved first, his sword slicing through the air with impressive speed, while Zenobia barely moved, waiting for the precise moment to react. Clang! The sound of the clash between swords was deafening. The two fighters glared at each other up close for a brief moment, their blades locked against each other, sparks flying from the impact. "You don't understand the pain those swords caused," Kiba shouted, forcing his sword against Zenovia's. Zenobia, with a slight smile, skillfully stepped back, deflecting Kiba's blade and with a quick and calculated movement, delivered a sideways slash. Swish! Before Kiba could react, Zenovia's blade struck him from the side, causing him to lose his balance for a moment. The force of the impact sent him staggering back several steps, his eyes wide with surprise. "You're acting on emotion, devil," Zenobia said. Kaido, observing the battle beside Rias and Aquino, narrowed his eyes, noticing the difference in skill between the two combatants. Kiba, clearly driven by anger and hatred, was being outclassed by Zenovia's precision and coldness. Now more enraged than ever, Kiba rushed at Zenobia again, his sword glowing with a demonic aura. But no matter how fast or skilled he was, Zenobia always seemed one step ahead. Clang, clang, swish. Every strike Kiba attempted was blocked or easily dodged by Zenobia, who countered with surgical precision. In just a few moves, she had already disarmed Kiba, his sword flying through the air before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Thud! Kiba, now disarmed and defenseless, fell to his knees, his breathing heavy and labored. He looked at Zenobia with anger, but also with a sense of helplessness. He had been defeated in a humiliating manner. "You were defeated by your own weakness," Zenobia said coldly, lowering her sword and looking at Kiba with evident disdain. The scene left the atmosphere tense, and Kaido, still with his arms crossed, silently watched Kiba's humiliation. "Stay out of the matter of the sacred swords," Zenobia said. She sheathed her sword with a fluid motion, casting a contemptuous glance at Kiba, still kneeling on the ground. "Let's go, Irina." Irina, who had remained silent throughout the fight, placed a hand on the small cross hanging from her neck, kissing it lightly before murmuring, "Amen." With that, she followed Zenobia, leaving the group behind. Kaido, watching the two leave, remained silent, his eyes still fixed on Zenobia until she disappeared from view. "Let's go inside," Ria said calmly. Everyone nodded and began moving towards the entrance of the Occult Research Club building. The atmosphere was heavy, and the silence that followed the group was broken only by the echo of their footsteps on the ground. Inside the club, the environment was quieter, but the tension from what had just happened outside still lingered in the air. Ria sat in the main chair, crossing her legs, with Kaneko and Akino by her side. Kiba, visibly shaken, remained silent, staring at the floor, his frustration evident. He was still processing the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Zenobia. Kaido stood against the wall, observing the dynamics between the group. "I failed," Kiba muttered, his voice heavy with frustration as he kept his gaze fixed on the floor. "Kiba, it wasn't your fault," Ria said gently, trying to calm her knight. "That fight wasn't meant to happen now. You acted with your heart, and she took advantage of it." Kiba clenched his fists, his hands trembling slightly. "But I should be stronger, the Excaliburs, they." Kaido watched silently, his eyes fixed on the defeated knight. He understood Kiba's pain, but he knew that acting out of emotion would never be the right path. Suddenly, Kiba stood up abruptly, his anger overflowing. "I can't sit here, Riaz. I need to do something about those damned swords." "Kiba," Riaz exclaimed, her voice firm, but before she could finish, Kiba was already heading towards the door. "I'll go alone. I can't wait any longer," he said, his voice filled with determination. He pushed the club's door open and left quickly, not listening to his president's words. The door closed with a bang, leaving the atmosphere even heavier than before. Riaz sighed deeply, frustrated by Kiba's impulsive behavior. He's not thinking clearly, and it could cost him dearly. "He needs time," Kaido said, moving away from the wall. "But let's change the subject. I want to talk about my first peerage member." "First peerage member?" Akino asked, her expression lighting up with excitement. Kaido nodded, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "Yes, the first person to join was Thalia." Akino, still excited, seemed eager about the news. "Thalia, huh? Never heard of her. Who is she?" Kaito looked at Akino, noticing her curiosity. "She's a talented warrior, has a connection with lightning, and she's a demigod." "A demigod?" Akino asked with a surprised expression, but she quickly recovered. "Interesting, and she's strong, isn't she?" "Yes, very strong," Kaito replied, his eyes glowing with the memory of the battles alongside Thalia. "She's already helped me in some important fights." Akino seemed initially impressed, but as the conversation progressed, her excitement began to fade. She crossed her arms, and her expression became a bit more serious. "A girl, then," Akino murmured, her tone now more neutral. Riaz, noticing the change in Akino's behavior, simply watched in silence, fully aware of what was happening. Kaito, on the other hand, seemed oblivious. "Yes, with her as my queen, I'm sure our peerage will become even stronger." Akino let out a light sigh, a forced smile appearing on her lips. "It's good to know you found someone so valuable to help you, Kaito." Riaz, who couldn't help but notice Akino's slight jealousy, decided to intervene before the situation became even more awkward. "Thalia seems like an interesting addition, Kaito. I'm sure she'll bring a lot of strength to your peerage." Kaito simply nodded, satisfied with Ria's response. Meanwhile, Akino kept her gaze slightly distant, clearly still processing the situation. Chapter 85. "I'll be introducing them soon, Riaz," Kaito said with a slight smile on his face. "I'm sure they'll be happy to meet her." "I'm looking forward to meeting your queen, Kaito," Riaz said with a curious smile on her lips. Akino, on the other hand, kept her characteristic smile, but there was something more behind her expression, as if she were processing the situation differently. "I hope we can fight together one day." Kaito then stood up, moving toward the door of the Occult Research Club. "Now, I have to go. I'll take care of a few things before introducing them formally." "See you soon, Kaito," Riaz replied, watching him leave. Akino and Kaneko exchanged quick glances, still reflecting on the conversation. Kaito left the club, the sound of the door closing softly behind him. Thalia was sitting on Kaido's couch, holding the remote control in her hand, flipping through the TV channels with disinterest. The noise of the programs went unnoticed until a soft sound caught her attention. SHH, SHH. She looked to the side and saw a sleek black cat sitting near the window, watching her with piercing eyes. "What are you doing here?" Thalia murmured, leaning slightly to get a better look at the animal. She frowned, confused, as she didn't remember seeing the cat before. The cat simply blinked slowly, as if it didn't care about her presence. Thalia set the remote aside and stood up, walking toward the feline. "Where did you come from, little one?" Thalia crouched down, extending her hand to pet the black cat, but it took a small step back, keeping its eyes fixed on her. It seemed to study her with unusual attention. Thalia chuckled softly, amused by the cat's curious behavior. Suddenly, Drake spoke in her mind. "Thalia, that cat. It's not a normal animal. There's something more to this creature." Immediately, Thalia jumped back, startled by Drake's revelation. Lightning began to crackle in her hands as she assumed a defensive stance, her gaze locked on the cat. "Who are you? What are you doing in Kaido's house?" Thalia exclaimed, her voice filled with suspicion as she kept her focus on the feline. The black cat, instead of fleeing or being intimidated, remained in place, calmly watching her. Suddenly, the animal's body began to glow softly, and an unexpected transformation occurred. Before Thalia's eyes, the cat transformed into a tall woman with long black hair, cat ears, and a tail. Her playful and teasing gaze was the first thing Thalia noticed. "Hee, calm down, warrior. I was just playing with you," the woman said with a mischievous smile on her lips. "I'm Kuroka Naya." "You still haven't told me what you're doing here," Thalia replied. "Hee, calm down, warrior. I was just messing with you," Kuroka responded. "I heard Kaido was back, so I came to check on him, Naya." Thalia raised an eyebrow, still suspicious. "You know Kaido?" Kuroka laughed softly, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "Yes, I do, Naya. We have an interesting past, let's say. But what about you, warrior? It seems like there's something special between you and him, right?" "I'm his queen, and you, what is your relationship with him?" Thalia asked. "I was his first," Kuroka said with a malicious smile, leaving the words hanging suggestively. Thalia narrowed her eyes, sensing the insinuating tone of Kuroka's statement. Lightning still crackled in her hands, but she remained firm, not wanting to fall for the Catwoman's easy provocations. "First, in what way?" Before Kuroka could respond, the door to the house slowly opened, and Kaido entered with a calm expression, but visibly surprised to see Kuroka there. "Kuroka," Kaido said, raising an eyebrow as he closed the door behind him. He approached slowly, his eyes shifting between Thalia and Kuroka, sensing the tension in the air. "What are you doing here?" Kuroka grinned widely, moving gracefully toward Kaido as if the previous tension hadn't existed. "Oh, Kaido, dear, I was just having fun with your queen. You know how I am, right, Naya?" "Do I?" Kaido replied with a slightly ironic smile. "I have trouble understanding human women, let alone a Nekashu. Thalia, this is Kuroka. I invited her to my peerage before I met you, but she refused." "It's just that I'm a hard-to-get kitty, Naya," Kuroka replied with a provocative smile, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Thalia, with her arms crossed and a skeptical expression, looked Kuroka up and down, assessing her carefully. Her eyes analyzed the Nekashu's provocative attire, but she showed no sign of intimidation. "I find that hard to believe." Kuroka laughed softly, her feline tail swaying slightly behind her, clearly enjoying the situation. "You'll find that not everything is as it seems, Thalia. We still have a lot to learn about each other, Naya." Thalia narrowed her eyes, still suspicious, but remained calm. "As long as you don't cause any trouble, I don't see why we can't get along." Kaido, watching the interaction, remained silent for a few moments, pondering how these two strong personalities would get along. "Let's keep things calm, please," Kaido said, breaking the silence. "I don't want any trouble right now." Kuroka just winked at Kaido, as if already planning her next provocation, while Thalia took a deep breath, determined not to fall for the Nekashu's easy taunts. Kaido looked at the two, clearly sensing the tension in the air, but not delving further into the matter. He began to head upstairs toward his room, but paused halfway up. "You too, try not to destroy the house," he said with a half-playful smile. "And Kuroka, the invitation to join my peerage still stands." Without waiting for a response, Kaido continued up the stairs, leaving Kuroka and Thalia alone in the living room. The soft sound of his footsteps echoed through the house as the two women exchanged glances. At night, Kaido was lying in his room, reflecting on recent events. The battle against Ares, the divine energy he had absorbed, and the tense relationship between Thalia and Kuroka. Suddenly, his hand began to glow softly, indicating a magical communication. A hologram of Ria's materialized in his palm, her voice echoing urgently. "Kaido, can you come to my mansion? I need your help." Kaido stood up slowly, recognizing the seriousness in Ria's tone. "Is it urgent?" he asked, already preparing to leave. "Yes, it's important. Can we meet there?" "I'm on my way," Kaido responded, ending the communication and focusing his magic. A magic circle glowed beneath his feet, and within seconds he disappeared from his room, leaving only the silence of the night behind. Kaido materialized in the center of Ria's mansion, the magic circle fading beneath his feet as he observed the surroundings. Ria's, Kaneko, Akino, and Zenovia were present, each with serious and tense expressions, clearly involved in an urgent situation. "Kaido, you're finally here," Ria said, her expression still tense. "We have a big problem on our hands." Kaido surveyed the room, noticing the seriousness in everyone's posture. He approached Ria's, waiting for the explanation. "What happened, Ria's?" "Freed Selzen is back, Kaido. He was recently spotted and now he's allied with Cockabeel," Ria's replied. Just the mention of Freed made Kaido's blood boil. "Freed Selzen? That bastard finally came back," Kaido muttered, clenching his fists in anger. Zenovia, who was standing beside Ria's, stepped forward, her expression marked by frustration and guilt. "I was careless," Zenovia admitted, her voice filled with regret. "Cockabeel distracted me, and that's how he managed to kidnap Irina. She tried to fight, but we couldn't stop them in time." The room fell silent for a moment as everyone processed the gravity of the situation. Kaneko, standing beside Akino, remained quiet, observing everything with her serious and calculating eyes. "I'll help deal with this," Kaido said. "Freed won't escape this time." "Thank you, Kaido. Your help will be crucial in this situation," Ria said. Kaido just nodded. Ria's abruptly interrupted the conversation, her expression becoming even more serious. "My familiar just sent me a message," Ria said, activating communication magic in her hand. The hologram of a winged creature appeared, transmitting the vision it had captured. The image showed Irina and Kiba lying unconscious on the ground in a dark alley. Both appeared gravely injured, their clothes torn and stained with blood. "Irina," Zenovia murmured, clenching her fists, visibly worried. Ria's, wasting no time, looked directly at Kaido, her eyes glowing with urgency. "We need to rescue them, Kaido. We can't leave them at the mercy of Freed and Cockabeel." Kaido, already mentally preparing for the mission, simply nodded, his expression firm and determined. "Let's go now, we can't waste any more time." Ria's made a quick gesture with her hand, and a magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet. In an instant, they were transported directly to the location where Irina and Kiba were. Chapter 86. Zenovia, Kaneko, Ria's, Akino, and Kaido materialized on the street, surrounded by the oppressive silence of the night. The dim streetlights illuminated the scene, revealing Irina and Kiba, lying on the ground and severely wounded under the care of Ria's familiar. Zenovia immediately ran to Irina, while Ria's, accompanied by Kaneko and Akino, went over to Kiba. "Ria's, they're still breathing," Akino said, her voice soft but tense as she examined Kiba. Ria's, kneeling beside her knight, looked at Kiba's battered face, anger rising within her. "Whoever did this will pay." Kaido, on the other hand, approached slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. His expression was serious and calculated, aware that the true enemy was still nearby. A sound echoed through the street, and suddenly, Freed Selzen appeared, stepping out of the shadows with his manic grin and eyes full of madness. "Well, well, look who showed up for the party." Freed sneered, raising his holy sword, the cold gleam of the blade reflecting the light from the street lamps. "This time, I'm going to end you," Kaido said, his voice low but filled with determination as his eyes locked onto Freed. Freed just laughed loudly, shaking his head as if amused by Kaido's threat. "Oh, this is going to be fun. Let's see if you really have what it takes to defeat me this time, little devil." He then pointed to the sky, and the tension in the air heightened. "Kaido, look," Akino shouted, pointing upwards. Cockabeel appeared, hovering above them with his massive black wings spread wide, an aura of power emanating from his body. His arrogant gaze fell upon Riaz and her group. "Welcome, Gremory. Thank you for joining this little gathering," Cockabeel said with a wicked smile, his voice dripping with disdain. Riaz, still kneeling beside Kiba, felt her blood boil. "Cockabeel, you did this to Kiba, I won't forgive you for hurting them." Cockabeel shrugged as if he didn't care about her rage. "They are merely pawns in the game, Gremory, and you, what are you going to do about it?" Kaido took a step forward, his eyes moving from Freed to Cockabeel. "Riaz, take care of Freed. I'll handle the fallen angel," he said, his voice cold and steady. "You're going to take care of me?" Cockabeel laughed, flapping his wings as his overwhelming presence seemed to dominate the environment. "Don't be foolish, devil. I'm one of the leaders of the Grigori. You don't have the power to defeat me." Kaido, without responding, simply ignored him, closing his eyes for a brief moment. When he reopened them, his translucent fairy wings manifested on his back, and his body began to glow with an ethereal light mixed with demonic magic. "Let's see who can't be defeated," Kaido murmured as his wings beat gently, lifting him off the ground. Cockabeel just smirked maliciously. He slowly raised his hand, and a spear of light formed in his palm, shining intensely with celestial power. "Oh, little devil, let's see how much you can handle," Cockabeel said, hurling the spear at Kaido with devastating force. Kaido, realizing the spear was about to hit his friends, knew he couldn't dodge. He transformed the ring on his finger into the Vendetta shield, and positioned himself firmly in the path of the attack. The spear of light collided with Kaido's shield. Clang! The impact was overwhelming. Kaido was pushed back by the force of the explosion, his feet dragging across the ground, but the shield held up. "Impressive, devil, you actually withstood my attack," Cockabeel said. "I'm not here for your compliments, Cockabeel," Kaido retorted, holding the shield steady. "I'm here to end you." Cockabeel laughed darkly, descending a bit closer to the group. "So, how about an opportunity? Tomorrow night, right here, with everything you have, I'll give you a whole day to prepare." Kaido opened his mouth to refuse the challenge, but before he could speak, Riaz intervened. "We'll accept," Riaz said, her voice firm. Kaido looked at her in surprise, clearly not expecting that response. "Riaz, why?" "We need time to prepare, Kaido," Riaz replied, her eyes determined. "And this is the perfect moment." Cockabeel smiled, pleased with Riaz's decision. "See you tomorrow then," he said, disappearing as he had arrived, with Freed laughing madly as he followed. As Cockabeel and Freed vanished, Kaido approached Riaz, who was next to Kiba, visibly concerned about the situation. "Kaido," Akino said, interrupting the moment, "the real reason we're fighting tomorrow is so we can prepare a strong enough barrier. We can't risk this battle affecting humans." Kaido sighed, knowing Akino was right. "You're right, Akino. Tomorrow we'll prepare everything. I'll take care of Cockabeel." Kaido then deactivated his fairy transformation, and with a gentle gesture, teleported away from the battlefield. "Thank you, Akino," Riaz said, with a slight smile of gratitude. Akino simply nodded in response, satisfied with the outcome. "Zenobia," Riaz said, turning to the exorcist, "take Irina to my house, we'll help treat her." Zenobia, initially reluctant to accept the help of devils, looked at Irina's condition and, realizing there was no choice, agreed with a nod. With a magic circle beneath their feet, Riaz, Akino, Kaneko, Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina teleported to the Gremory mansion, leaving the battlefield empty. Kaito materialized in his room, the magic circle disappearing beneath his feet as he let out a weary sigh. He went downstairs intending to rest a bit, but was surprised by the scene he found in the living room. Thalia and Kuroka were sitting together on the couch, watching TV and chatting as if they were old friends. This is unexpected, Kaido thought, surprised to see them in such a casual situation. He walked over to the couch, curious to see how the two were getting along. You two seem pretty comfortable, Kaido said, approaching slowly, an eyebrow raised in amusement. Thalia shrugged without taking her eyes off the TV. Kuroka and I were just getting to know each other better. Kuroka smiled mischievously, flicking her feline tail behind her. Hee, don't worry, Kaido. We're getting along just fine, Naya Tilda. Kaido shook his head, trying to suppress a laugh. As long as you don't destroy the house, it's fine. He plopped down on the couch beside them, watching the TV program, but his mind was still focused on the battle that awaited him the next day. Thalia, Kaido said, turning to her. Thalia turned, curious. What is it? Tomorrow, I need you to fight against an exorcist, Kaido said. Of course, Kaido. I was needing some action anyway, Thalia replied with a confident smile, eager for the fight. Kaido then turned to Kuroka, watching her closely as he pondered the possibility of pressing her to join his peerage. Should I press Kuroka? He wondered. If I ask directly, how will she react? Kuroka noticed Kaido's gaze fixed on her, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. What's up, Kaido? Lost in my beauty, Naya. Are you interested in playing with your kitty? Kaido took a deep breath, the light sound of his breath echoing through the room. How strong do I have to be? He asked, his voice serious and direct. Kuroka, momentarily confused, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? How strong do I have to be for you to join my peerage? He clarified, his gaze locked onto hers, maintaining his posture. Kuroka blinked a few times, surprised by the question, but soon a cunning smile formed on her face. Oh, Kaido, you really want me to join your peerage, huh? Let's see if you can impress me, Naya. Kaido sighed, regretting having entered that conversation, while Thalia let out a low laugh, clearly amused by the situation. I'm serious, Kuroka, Kaido said, straightening up on the couch, his eyes fixed on hers. I've already killed a god, and tomorrow I'm going to fight one of the strongest fallen angels. I'm sure I don't lose to you. So answer me, how strong do I need to be? Kuroka's teasing smile faded for a brief moment, and she looked at Kaido with unexpected seriousness. I'm a wanted fugitive, Kaido, rank SS. Having me in your peerage will only cause trouble for you, Kuroka said, her voice lower but full of weight. How strong do you need to be? At least the strength of Surzech's Lucifer. Her words echoed through the room, creating a heavier atmosphere. Thalia, who had been relaxed until then, fell silent, sensing the gravity of the situation. Kaido observed her for a few seconds before responding, absorbing what he had just heard. He knew Kuroka wasn't exaggerating. Having someone as wanted as Kuroka would have serious implications. I understand, Kaido said, crossing his arms and letting the information sink in. However, that won't stop me, and reaching Surzech's level is a challenge I'm willing to face. Thalia watched everything in silence, respecting the exchange between the two, but clearly intrigued by the relationship between Kaido and Kuroka. Kuroka chuckled softly, flicking her tail playfully. I'll be waiting, Naya. With that, the atmosphere in the room calmed down, but the tension between Kaido and Kuroka remained, now covered by a layer of mutual respect. Chapter 87. Kaido was sitting on the couch, adjusting the bracelet he had received from Hephaestus on his wrist. Thalia, next to him, was doing the same. Are you sure you want to go without telling your friend? Asked Thalia, looking at Kaido, referring to Riaz. I'm sure, Kaido replied firmly, tightening the bracelet on his arm. Riaz agreed to fight tonight, but Cockabeel's proposal is too convenient. He might be trying to buy time to finish something. You're right, Kaido. It's better not to trust Cockabeel, Naya, said Kuroka, sitting on the arm of the couch, her feline tail swaying as she looked at him with a slight smile. Thalia nodded, tightening the bracelet on her wrist. Kaido and Thalia stood up, heading toward the door. Good luck, Kaido. And Thalia, show them what a real queen can do, Naya, Kuroka said with a teasing smile. You just make sure not to cough up hairballs around the house, Thalia retorted, laughing softly as she looked at Kuroka. Kaido, ignoring their exchange of banter, opened the door and left, with Thalia close behind. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by the sound of cars passing on the street and the murmur of people walking on nearby sidewalks. Vroom. Kaido focused, his magic flowing smoothly, and he began to track Freed's magical signature, sensing the traces of energy left behind by the corrupt exorcist. This way, Kaido murmured, leading Thalia through a series of alleys and narrow streets. The path took them to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The place was poorly lit, with vegetation growing on the worn-down walls and the smell of rust and decay in the air. Thalia stopped beside him, observing the surroundings carefully. "And the fallen angel? Do you think Cockabeel is here?" Kaido shook his head, his eyes fixed on the warehouse ahead. "I still can't sense his presence, but there's something odd here. Let's go up and take a look." Thalia nodded silently, following him closely as they climbed carefully, avoiding making noise. When they reached the second floor, they crouched down and looked through the dirty window, from which they had a clear view of the interior of the warehouse. Inside, they saw a scene that made Kaido narrow his eyes. In the center of the warehouse, several Excaliburs were shining, placed on pedestals or leaning against metal walls. A group of people in robes surrounded a short, elderly man with gray hair, a thick mustache, and glasses, dressed in a priest's outfit. He was drawing complex symbols on the ground with almost mechanical precision. "That man near Freed. He has a strong magical signature," Kaido whispered, observing every detail attentively. Thalia, beside him, focused on the elderly man and the Excaliburs. "Those swords, what are they planning?" "Let's listen to what they're saying," Kaido replied, his voice a bit tenser, as they both concentrated to catch the conversation inside the warehouse. Freed was impatient, his eyes gleaming with madness and bloodlust as he watched Valper work on the ritual preparations. "Come on, old man, hurry up with the preparations. I can't wait to cut those devils to pieces." Valper, on the other hand, was focused, his eyes fixed on the symbols he was drawing on the floor with precision. He looked up for a moment, flashing a confident smile at Freed. "Be patient, Freed. We're dealing with sacred artifacts and an extremely complex ritual. If we rush it, everything could go wrong." "I don't want patience, I want blood," Freed retorted, his voice full of impatience as he glared at Valper with a fierce look. "You said this would give me enough power to take down those damn devils. I'm not going to sit around while they're out there happy." Valper adjusted his glasses, the Excalibur's glow reflecting off his lenses. He gave a cold smile. "Yes, you'll have the power to cut down whoever you want, Freed, but if you don't let the ritual finish correctly, that power might end up destroying you." "Blah, blah, blah. All I understand is that when this ritual is over, I'll be invincible. I'll cut those devils to pieces." Freed laughed, a loud, insane laugh, waving his sword in the air with excitement. Valper sighed, slowly standing up and observing the work he had done so far. "Yes, you'll have more power than any exorcist has ever had, but you need to keep control. The Excaliburs are not just ordinary swords, they have their own will." Freed paused for a moment, looking at Valper with madness shining in his eyes. "If you're stalling, I'll be the first to chop your head off, got it?" Valper laughed softly, slowly standing and observing the Excaliburs around. "Don't worry, kid. When the ritual is finished, you'll be able to control all these sacred swords as if they were an extension of your own body. You'll be able to annihilate anyone who stands in your way. And then, your bloodlust will be satisfied." Freed licked his lips, the manic grin returning to his face. "Ah, that's what I like to hear. Finally, power worthy of me." Kaido watched the scene closely, and his suspicions were confirmed. Freed was about to gain even more power with Valper's ritual, which would make the situation much more dangerous. For Kaido, letting the enemy strengthen was foolish. Letting the enemy grow stronger is idiocy, Kaido thought, his expression hardening. Beside him, Thalia seemed equally impatient, eager for action. Thalia looked at Kaido, a determined smile on her face. "So, what's the plan?" Kaido slowly stood, observing the movement of the mages around Valper. "I'll handle Freed. You take care of that guy, Valper." "Great. I've been itching for a good fight," Thalia replied, clenching her fist as she felt electricity beginning to crackle around her. With a silent gesture, Kaido extended his hands, and immediately the environment around them began to respond to his command. Freed was licking his lips, eager for the ritual to finish, when suddenly, a strange sound began to echo through the warehouse. The ground trembled slightly, and out of nowhere, the concrete floor began to crack, and thick roots emerged from the soil, rapidly transforming into trees that grew abnormally. Cracked. What the hell is this? Fried shouted, his eyes wide as he watched the trees rise around him. I haven't even started playing yet. Valper, on the other hand, observed the chaos with a furious look. His meticulous work was being destroyed, the symbols on the floor stained by the blood of the mages who were struck by the tree's sharp roots. My ritual, who dares to interrupt my project? Valper shouted, his voice full of rage, desperately trying to salvage what was left of the symbols on the floor. Crack, crack. The roots pierced through the mages, their bodies lifted into the air, and blood dripped down the branches, staining the ground where Valper had drawn the symbols. Fried, with wide, furious eyes, unsheathed his sacred sword, swinging it in the air as he prepared to attack the trees surrounding him. I'll cut down all these damn trees. Whoever you are, I'm coming for you. Cracked. More trees grew around Fried, trying to surround him, but he cut through the roots with his sacred sword, moving with insane agility as he screamed in frustration. I won't be stopped by trees. Screw you all. Kaido looked at Thalia, and they both nodded, already knowing what to do. With an agile movement, they dashed toward the glass window on the second floor. Crash! The window shattered with a bang, shards of glass flying everywhere as Kaido and Thalia invaded the place. They landed in the center of the warehouse with precision, ready to face their enemies. Fried laughed maniacally at the sight of Kaido. Ah, finally, I was waiting for you, little devil, now the fun begins. Valper, on the other hand, was furious, his eyes fixed on the trees that destroyed the ritual. You ruined everything. This guy ran away last time. What's changed? Kaido thought, keeping his eyes fixed on Fried. Better not waste time wondering what goes on in this lunatic's mind. Fried swung his sacred sword with a manic expression, laughing insanely. Come on, little devil, you're not running this time, are you? Let's see what you've got. Kaido frowned, ignoring the taunts. He knew Fried was unpredictable, but he couldn't let himself be distracted by his words. On the other side, Valper shouted in frustration, desperately trying to salvage what was left of his ritual. You ruined everything. Years of research destroyed by your interference. Thalia looked at Valper with boredom, clearly not wanting to waste time on the old scientist's complaints. Her eyes narrowed as electricity began to crackle around her hands. Enough talk, Thalia said, raising her hand and firing a lightning bolt at Valper. Crack boom. The bolt shot through the air and hit Valper head-on, slamming him into the wall with a deafening impact. His body crashed down, unconscious. Thalia took a step forward, observing Valper's body sprawled on the ground. That was pretty easy. Kaido shot a quick glance at Thalia, recognizing the effectiveness of his ally, but his attention returned to Fried, who was still grinning maniacally. Now it's your turn, Fried. Chapter 88. Now it's up to you, Fried. Fried laughed maniacally, his eyes full of madness as he spun the sacred sword in the air. I won't die, I can't die, I'll kill all of you. Kaido looked at him with a disappointed expression, unaffected by Fried's manic demeanor. Thalia, beside him, watched the scene in silence, waiting for Kaido's decision. Kaido snapped his fingers. Clack! Fried stopped laughing abruptly. His body began to tremble, and he put his hands to his throat, desperately trying to breathe. What's happening? Kaido continued to stare at him, his eyes fixed, as Fried began to choke, struggling to find air. Not so funny now, is it? Kaido murmured, his voice cold as he controlled the air around Fried, cutting off his circulation. Fried fell to his knees, his eyes wide with terror, struggling helplessly against the invisible force suffocating him. Fried continued to writhe, the madness in his eyes slowly fading as he collapsed to the side, his body still thrashing in a desperate attempt to survive. Thalia watched the scene, her gaze fixed on Fried. She showed no sympathy for the exorcist, only the certainty that he was finally being punished for his actions. Kaido, still controlling the air around Fried, watched as the exorcist struggled helplessly against the fate he himself had sealed. Goodbye, Fried, Kaido murmured as the exorcist finally stopped moving, his body now still on the ground, eyes open with a vacant, glazed look. The warehouse fell silent for a moment, only the distant sound of dripping and the rustling of trees remaining. Kaido raised his hand, and the ring on his finger began to glow softly. In seconds, the ring transformed into the spiritual spear vendetta, which he held firmly. His eyes fixed on the Excaliburs scattered on the ground, the sacred swords that had been used in the ritual. These swords shouldn't fall into the wrong hands again. Kaido approached the Excaliburs, raising the spear vendetta, and with precise strikes, began to destroy them one by one. Each sword struck by the spear shattered, its sacred blades breaking into pieces as sparks flew through the air. With a final blow, Kaido destroyed the last of the Excaliburs, the fragments of the swords now scattered across the warehouse floor. "Let's go, Thalia. We need to get out of here before others show up." Thalia nodded, stepping away from Freed and moving closer to Kaido, her eyes still vigilant as she stood beside him, waiting for the next move. Kaido concentrated his energy, and a glowing magic circle appeared beneath his feet, enveloping Thalia as well. The light surrounded them both, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the abandoned warehouse, leaving behind the bodies of the mages, the destroyed Excaliburs, and the blood mingling with the dirt. Kaido and Thalia materialized in the living room of Kaido's house, the magic circle slowly disappearing beneath their feet. "We're back," Kaido said, letting out a slight sigh as he looked around the room. Kuroka, who was lying on the couch, lifted her head and looked at them with a teasing smile. "Hee, you're back quickly, Naya. How was the fun?" Kuroka asked, swishing her tail. Kaido just shook his head, letting the spear turn back into a ring on his finger. "It went as expected, nothing more than an obstacle removed," Kaido replied. Thalia threw herself onto the couch next to Kuroka, letting out a long sigh. "I think we deserve a break now," Thalia said, closing her eyes for a moment. "You two are almost equally lazy." "Thalia, you're becoming as lazy as Kuroka," Kaido said, looking at them with a slight smile. "Hee, lazy, Naya. I call it enjoying life, Kaido." Kuroka opened her eyes and grinned mischievously, swishing her tail. "If that means resting after a successful mission, then I'm happy to be lazy," Thalia retorted with a smirk, without opening her eyes. Kaido shook his head and sighed, feeling the weight of accumulated exhaustion. "I'm going to my room. I need to rest and take care of some things." Without waiting for a response, Kaido turned and went up the stairs, leaving Thalia and Kuroka to tease each other on the couch. Arriving in his room, he closed the door behind him and allowed himself to relax a bit, breathing deeply as he looked around the calm environment. Kaido sat on the bed, reaching out to summon a holographic communication screen. The bluish light illuminated his face as he waited for the connection with Riaz to be established. "Riaz, I need to tell you what happened," Kaido began, looking directly at her. Freed and Valper were about to complete a dangerous ritual using the Excaliburs. If they had succeeded, they would have become an even greater threat to all of us. Thalia and I acted quickly to prevent it. Riaz closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, clearly trying to control her emotions. "You should have told us. We could have faced this together. I know you want to protect everyone, but you can't just act alone without considering the risks." She opened her eyes, her expression still tense. "I know, Riaz, and I didn't do this without thinking. Freed was about to gain enough power to cause us a lot of trouble. Thalia and I managed to handle them before it became a bigger problem. Plus, I destroyed the Excaliburs to ensure they wouldn't be used again," Kaido replied, keeping a steady gaze, though he understood her perspective. Riaz stared at him for a few moments, the silence between them stretching. Finally, she sighed, releasing some of the tension. "At least you both came back safely, but we need to be on guard with Cockabeel. We don't know how he'll react when he finds out the Excaliburs were destroyed." Kaido nodded. "You're right. Cockabeel isn't someone to be underestimated. I wanted to make sure Freed didn't have the chance to become a bigger problem before our confrontation with Cockabeel." Riaz shook her head, still with a concerned expression. "Kaido, you need to understand that you're not alone. We're all in this together, and we need to plan our actions. We can't risk something happening to you, or to Thalia." Kaido sighed. "I appreciate your concern, Riaz, but if I had followed your plan, it would have been much more dangerous. Riaz frowned, evident anger in her gaze. Do you think acting on your own is the best way to protect us, Kaido? Don't you realize how much this puts everyone at risk? There's no need to continue this discussion. I've said everything I wanted to. If Cockabille shows up, let me know. Kaido looked at her, his eyes remaining firm. Do you really think this is enough? That simply asking me to let you know will solve everything. Riaz narrowed her eyes, clearly irritated. You contradict your own argument by trying to lecture me. I thought your greatest concern was your peerage. Kaido raised an eyebrow, his voice growing colder. Riaz fell silent, processing Kaido's words. Is he right? Am I letting my emotions interfere with the group's focus? Fine, Kaido, I'll let you know if Cockabille shows up. Finally, Riaz took a deep breath, letting go of the accumulated tension. Thank you, Riaz, goodbye. Kaido nodded. He ended the communication, the holographic screen fading, leaving the room silent once more. The warehouse was in ruins, the smell of blood and metal hanging in the air. Cockabille, with his black wings extended and his arrogant gaze, appeared, hovering just above the scene. He descended slowly to the ground, his eyes observing the scene with a mixture of coldness and amusement. So, it seems our little devils decided to play without inviting me, Cockabille said, his voice echoing through the empty warehouse. He walked slowly through the place, passing by the bodies of the mages and freed, who lay scattered, eyes glazed and lifeless. These devils do have some courage, Cockabille murmured, leaning down to observe Freed's frozen face, still showing an expression of horror. He laughed, a low and sinister laugh as he straightened up, lightly flapping his wings. I think it's time to return the favor. Cockabille raised his hand, a sphere of light forming between his fingers. The sphere shone intensely, lighting up the warehouse with a cold and menacing glow. You dared to interfere with my plans? Thought you could get away unpunished? No, I'll make sure you understand the price of your audacity. He hurled the sphere at the ground, causing a small explosion that scattered debris of wood and concrete. The energy radiated through the warehouse, and the wreckage began to catch fire. Flames licked the bodies and walls, turning the warehouse into an even greater scene of destruction. Get ready, devils, Cockabille smiled, a cruel gleam in his eyes as he watched the fire grow around him. I'll bring you to my personal party, and this time there will be no escape. With one last look at the devastated scene, Cockabille flapped his wings and took off, disappearing into the dark sky. He knew exactly where to go and how to make sure those devils understood the price of challenging him. Chapter 89. Riaz, still worried about everything that had happened, activated the magical communication spell, and a hologram of Sona appeared in front of her. She needed to talk to her friend about recent events and share her concerns about Cockabille. The hologram flickered a few times before Sona fully appeared. Riaz, Sona's calm voice resonated through the hologram. Are you okay? You seem tense. Sona, we need to talk. A lot has happened. Freed and Valper were trying to complete a dangerous ritual using the Excaliburs, and Kaido acted on his own to stop it. Now, the swords have been destroyed, but Cockabille is still at large. There was a brief silence as Sona processed the information, her serious expression reflected in the hologram. My peerage is keeping watch. If he shows up, we'll know. Riaz took a deep breath, feeling a bit relieved by her friend's words. She knew that in moments like this, she could fully trust Sona to help ensure everyone's safety. Thank you, Sona. Knowing that you and your peerage are watching brings me some peace. Sona nodded, her gaze firm and determined. I understand perfectly, Riaz. Don't worry, I'm keeping everyone on high alert and will act quickly if there's any suspicious movement from Cockabille. He won't catch us off guard. Riaz felt calmer with her friend's confidence. She knew Sona was a talented and extremely careful strategist, which gave her hope that they could face whatever came their way. Riaz looked at Sona's hologram and smiled, a sincere smile full of affection. I knew I could count on you, Sona. Thank you for always being by my side, even when things get complicated. I don't know what I'd do without your help. Sona returned the smile, a slight warmth in her voice. No need to thank me, Riaz. We're friends and you do the same for me. We're in this together and we'll overcome this together. Riaz nodded, feeling stronger. We will. I'll keep monitoring things here. If anything happens, I'll contact you immediately. Do that, Sona replied, her voice firm. And if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I'll keep my peerage ready for anything. With that, Sona's hologram disappeared with a soft beep. Riaz remained silent for a moment, absorbing the conversation. The worry was still there, but now there was a renewed sense of hope. She knew that, with Sona by her side, they stood a real chance of facing Cockabeel and protecting those they loved. Riaz then turned to Aquino. Aquino, call Zenobia and Irina. Aquino nodded, standing up and leaving Riaz's room. She walked through the corridors of the Gremory mansion until she reached the room Zenobia and Irina shared. Aquino knocked softly on the door before opening it, finding the two inside. Knock, knock. Zenobia, Irina, Riaz needs to talk to you, Aquino said, her voice soft and calm. The two exorcists looked at each other before nodding and getting up, following Aquino back to Riaz's room. Suddenly, a violent crash shook the entire Gremory mansion. Boom! The ground trembled, and the vibration traveled through the corridors, making windows and doors slam shut. Crash! Riaz and Aquino stopped abruptly, their eyes wide with surprise. What was that? Riaz exclaimed, feeling her heart race. Zenobia and Irina tensed as well, their eyes fixed on the direction the sound had come from. Aquino ran to the nearest window, pulling the curtain aside and looking outside. What she saw made her blood run cold. Huge spheres of light were being launched against the mansion, exploding on impact and destroying parts of the structure. Boom, boom. Aquino turned to Riaz, her expression alarmed. It's Cockabeel, he's attacking us. Riaz's eyes widened, and a mix of anger and fear crossed her face. Everyone, prepare for battle, we need to protect our home. The girls nodded, tension filling the air as they ran through the corridors. Riaz led the group to the main hall, where they could clearly see the walls being shaken by Cockabeel's attacks. Flames began to spread throughout the area, and the situation quickly became more dangerous. Cracked! A part of the ceiling collapsed, scattering dust and debris across the floor. Irina screamed in fright as Zenobia quickly pulled her away from danger. We have to stop this, Zenobia shouted, gripping her sword tightly. Riaz clenched her fists, feeling determination swell within her. Aquino, start preparing a barrier. Zenobia, Irina, with me, we need to confront Cockabeel directly. Aquino nodded, concentrating her energy as she extended her hands and began chanting a protective spell. An electric aura surrounded her hands as she worked to raise the magical barrier. Riaz, Zenobia, and Irina ran towards the mansion's exit, where they could see Cockabeel hovering above, his black wings spread, a cruel smile on his face as he continued his assault. So, you've finally decided to show up, little devils, Cockabeel shouted, his voice echoing through the night. Let's see what you have to offer me. Riaz felt her anger boil within her. Cockabeel, we won't let you destroy our home. She raised her hand, gathering her destructive magic, ready to strike. ZIP. Zenobia charged forward, wielding her sacred sword, while Irina positioned herself beside her, both ready to face the enemy. Cockabeel only laughed, flapping his wings and preparing another sphere of light in his hand. Come then, show me what you're capable of. Suddenly, a magic circle glowed on the ground, and Kaito materialized between the girls and Cockabeel. SHING. Kaito looked at Cockabeel, his translucent fairy wings manifesting as he stood firmly in front of Riaz and the others. I arrived just in time, it seems, Kaito said, his voice cold and calculating. You're not going to destroy anything else, Cockabeel. Oh, the little devil has returned. Do you think you can stop me? Cockabeel sneered, his black wings beating as he hovered in the air. Kaito didn't respond. With a firm movement, he raised his hand, and the ring on his finger transformed into the spiritual lance vendetta. A menacing glow ran along the blade as he prepared for combat. You're going to regret attacking a Gremory's home, Riaz said, her voice filled with determination as an energy sphere formed in her hand. Cockabeel only laughed, ignoring the threat. You really think you can face me? I'll show you the true power of a fallen angel. Cockabeel raised his hands, and a dark magic circle began to glow beneath his feet. The ground trembled as the dark energy gathered around him, and with a fierce shout, he summoned a colossal creature. Awaken, Cerberus, show these devils true terror. Roar. The huge three-headed dog emerged from the magic circle, each of its heads letting out a fierce roar that made the ground vibrate. Its red eyes glowed with fury as it snarled at Riaz and her group. Cerberus, Riaz murmured, feeling a chill run down her spine. He actually brought that creature here. Riaz, focus on the barrier and defense. Zenobia and I will handle this thing. Irina, we need your help too. Kai shouted, never taking his eyes off the monster, his wings vibrating as he prepared to advance. Irina, standing beside Riaz, quickly nodded, holding her sword firmly. I'll help contain this beast. We won't let it advance any further. Understood, Kaido. Aquino, we need to protect the mansion. Riaz ordered, turning her gaze to Aquino, who nodded, concentrating her magic to raise the barrier. Understood, Butchu, Aquino replied, an electric aura surrounding her hands as she continued chanting the protection spell. Zenobia advanced beside Kaido, while Irina positioned herself next to them, holding her sacred sword firmly. Let's contain this creature together, Zenobia, Irina said, exchanging a determined look with her companion. Let's finish this quickly. Kaido raised Vendetta, his wings flapping as he launched himself towards Cerberus. Swish clang. He struck a powerful blow with his lance, aiming at the monster's central head. Cerberus roared, dodging the head and trying to bite Kaido with one of its other heads. Snap! Kaido quickly retreated, dodging with agility. Zenobia took advantage of the opening to attack, slashing one of the monster's legs with a swift, precise movement. Slash! Irina followed immediately, striking the other leg of Cerberus, trying to unbalance him. Swoosh crash. Cerberus let out a roar of pain, retreating slightly, but quickly counterattacked, trying to knock Zenobia and Irina down with his remaining paws. Thud. Kaido quickly advanced, positioning himself between them and the attack, blocking it with his lance. Clang. You won't bring us down that easily, Kaido said, pushing Cerberus's paw away, his expression determined. Cockabeel, watching from above, laughed loudly. You're only delaying the inevitable. Cerberus will finish you all, and I'll destroy what's left. Not if you don't survive until then, Riaz shouted, launching a sphere of destructive energy toward Cockabeel, who dodged with an agile movement, his taunting smile remaining on his face. ZIP. Do you really think you stand a chance? Cockabeel taunted, creating a new sphere of light in his hands. I'll crush each one of you, one by one. Let's see how long you can hold out. Kaido turned to Zenobia and Irina, his eyes fixed on theirs. We need to neutralize Cerberus quickly. I'll try to distract Cockabeel. Hold off this creature until I get back. Zenobia and Irina nodded, their eyes gleaming with determination. Understood. Go, Kaido, we'll handle it here, Zenobia said, while Irina nodded beside her with a confident smile. Kaido flapped his wings, rising towards Cockabeel, his expression determined as he prepared to face the fallen angel directly. Cockabeel, your arrogance will be your downfall. Cockabeel just laughed, readying himself to face Kaido. While on the ground, Zenobia, Irina, and Cerberus continued their fierce battle, and Aquino and Riaz focused on protecting the mansion and their friends from the chaos unfolding around them. Chapter 90. Kaido and Cockabeel flew through the night sky, their figures moving rapidly as they clashed above the Gremory mansion. The strong wind cut through the air around them, their intense presences dominating the scene. Cockabeel, Kaido shouted, raising his hand as a green aura glowed around his fingers. I'll show you the true power of a devil. WTOSH. A gust of wind formed, swirling in fierce spirals as it moved toward the fallen angel. The force of the wind magic made the air tremble, creating a loud sound that resonated through the night. Cockabeel just laughed, his black wings beating powerfully as he dodged the gust. Is that all you've got? Your attack did nothing to me. Are you even trying? Kaido narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening as he flew quickly, positioning himself behind Cockabeel in the blink of an eye. Without giving the fallen angel a chance to react, he grabbed Cockabeel's black wings, holding them firmly. Cockabeel's eyes widened, feeling the grip on his wings. What are you doing? he shouted, trying to break free, but Kai didn't give him any room. You'll pay in the name of God, Cockabeel. Zenovia's voice echoed through the ruins as she approached, her expression determined. Cockabeel laughed with disdain. God, you still believe in that? God died along with Lucifer in the war. Zenovia's eyes widened, surprised and confused by the fallen angel's words. What? You're lying. Cockabeel chuckled weakly, shaking his head. You should know the truth, but keep believing that lie if it gives you strength. Riaz and Aquino, watching the battle from afar, felt a chill run through their bodies upon hearing Cockabeel's revelation. Riaz took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, but the shock was evident on her face. Kaito looked at Cockabeel coldly. About the God of the Bible, I don't know, but I'll introduce you to the power of the God of War. With a menacing gleam in his eyes, Kaito activated the power he had gained from defeating Ares. While firmly holding Cockabeel's wings, the reality around them began to distort, and the scene around them changed drastically. Cockabeel tried to resist, but it was in vain. In the blink of an eye, they were in a different environment. SHUUM. In an instant, Kaito and Cockabeel disappeared from the sky above the mansion and materialized in a completely different place. Around them, the ruins of the Roman Colosseum rose, the environment laden with the aura of war. Cockabeel looked around, clearly confused. Where is this? Did you bring me to Italy? Kaito smiled coldly, releasing Cockabeel's wings and allowing him to regain his balance in the air. No, we're still in Japan. This is my alternate dimension, the domain of the God of War, and you're in deep trouble. Cockabeel narrowed his eyes, feeling the intensity of the atmosphere around him, his initial confidence wavering for a moment. He knew Kaito was serious, and the place around them seemed to resonate with an unknown power, something he couldn't ignore. Cockabeel let out a nervous laugh, beating his black wings strongly as he prepared for combat. So, little devil, you think you can defeat me here? This dimension of yours won't change anything. Kaito stared at him, his expression cold and calculating. I'll finish you off here, Cockabeel. There's nowhere to run. Cockabeel hurled a spear of light toward Kaito, its intense glow illuminating the area. We'll see if you can survive this, devil. WTOSH. You're underestimating what I can do. Kaito dodged nimbly, his translucent wings beating strongly as he launched himself to the side, escaping the attack. Let's see what you think of this. Kaito removed a ring from his finger and threw it toward Cockabeel. Midway, the ring transformed into a spear, slicing through the air toward the fallen angel. Cockabeel dodged quickly. Tusk, wasting your weapon? What an idiot! Cockabeel sneered, a smirk of scorn on his face. Kaito gave a faint smile, his eyes fixed on Cockabeel. Cockabeel raised his hand to launch another spear of light at Kaito. I'll finish you off now, little devil. SHING. Kaito's spear returned quickly, slicing Cockabeel's hand before he could attack. ARGH, what the hell is this? Damn it, my hand. Cockabeel screamed, clutching his injured arm, the pain evident on his face. Kaito retrieved the spear smoothly, his expression unwavering. I can control the spear with my mind, Baka. Cockabeel was furious, his face contorted in a pure rage. You'll regret this, devil, he roared, his cry echoing through the dimension as his wings beat with such force that the air around seemed to vibrate. Cockabeel raised his remaining hand, invoking a large magic circle above his head. I'll crush you, I'll destroy everything around you. He began concentrating a massive amount of energy, and a gigantic sphere of light formed in the magic circle, rapidly growing. Kaito narrowed his eyes, sensing the imminent danger. Do you really think you can intimidate me with a trick like that? Cockabeel, now completely consumed by fury, screamed as he hurled the sphere of light toward Kaito. Die, devil. At the last moment, Kaito swapped places with Cockabeel in the blink of an eye, using the power of his domain. Cockabeel's eyes widened, confused, as he saw his own sphere of light coming toward him. What? Cockabeel screamed, his expression of surprise and fear evident as the sphere of light hit him head-on. Kaito watched from afar, his expression cold. This is my domain. Did you really think it would be that easy to hit me? BOOM. The sphere of light collided with Cockabeel, causing a devastating explosion. The impact threw Cockabeel back, his body struck by the energy he himself had conjured. Although not severely injured, the pain was evident on his face as he struggled to regain his composure. Cockabeel, trembling with rage, got up with difficulty. His wings were damaged and his breathing was heavy. "Damn it, this isn't over, devil. I'll make you pay for this humiliation." Kaito merely shook his head, remaining calm as he watched the fallen angel. "You don't understand, Cockabeel. You've already lost. This fight was never yours." Cockabeel, now consumed by rage and despair, raised his remaining hand again, his movements shaky and unstable, attempting to conjure another sphere of light. "I can still finish you." Kaito advanced quickly, his wings beating as he approached Cockabeel. With a precise strike, he landed Vendetta on Cockabeel's hand, cutting it off and causing the magic circle to dissipate before the fallen angel could complete the spell. "Arg!" Cockabeel screamed in pain, his body weakening further. He fell to his knees, gasping as he looked at Kaito with pure hatred. "You won't get away with this." Kaito stared at him coldly, raising Vendetta once more. "It's time to end this, Cockabeel. You don't deserve the mercy you've been given." Cockabeel tried to stand, but his body was too weak. His gaze was empty and his voice was faint. "I am a leader of the Grigori. You can't." Kaito paid no attention to the fallen angel's words. With a swift motion, he delivered the final blow, the spear Vendetta piercing through Cockabeel's chest, ending his life. Cockabeel let out one last breath, his body relaxing as the light in his eyes faded. Kaito withdrew the spear, looking at the lifeless body of the fallen angel before closing his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. "It's over." Kaito raised the spear Vendetta, its tip still covered with Cockabeel's blood. He looked around. The Colosseum he had created, a perfect replica of the ancient Roman amphitheater, was charged with the aura of war and conflict. But now that the battle was over, it was time to undo that scene. Kaito closed his eyes, concentrating his magic as he raised his free hand. The energy around him began to transform, the atmosphere vibrating with his power. Gradually, the columns and walls of the Colosseum began to disintegrate, dissolving into particles of light that were blown away by the wind. The sound of stones and rubble disappearing echoed until nothing remained but the night sky and the ordinary ground. SHUUM. Kaito slowly opened his eyes, watching the space around him return to its original state. The weight of the battle was still present on his shoulders, but he knew he had fulfilled his mission. Without wasting any more time, he beat his translucent fairy wings and began his flight back to the Gremory mansion. As he approached the mansion, Kaito realized the situation wasn't looking good. The building, which was once imposing and full of elegance, was now in ruins. The walls were broken, windows shattered, and burn marks covered the entire structure. The energy of the battle that had occurred there was palpable, and Kaito's heart tightened upon seeing what had happened. He landed amidst the rubble, his eyes scanning the area as he tried to find his allies. Ahead, he spotted the body of Cerberus, the enormous three-headed dog summoned by Cockabeel. Each of its heads had been severed, and the creature's blood spilled across the ground, creating a macabre and brutal scene. The smell of iron in the air was strong, and Kaito could feel the intensity of the battle that had taken place there. "They did it," Kaito murmured to himself, admiring the strength and determination of Riaz and her group. Even against such a fierce enemy as Cerberus, they had managed to defeat it. Kaito walked through the wreckage, searching for signs of life. Finally, he found Riaz and Aquino beside the debris, both clearly exhausted but alive. Zenobia and Irina were nearby, equally worn out but with expressions of relief as they saw Kaito approaching. Chapter 91. Kaito walked through the debris, searching for signs of life. Finally, he found Riaz and Aquino beside the rubble, both clearly exhausted but alive. Zenobia and Irina were nearby, equally worn out but with expressions of relief as they saw Kaito approaching. "Kaito, you made it. Is Cockabeel defeated?" Riaz looked up, a mix of exhaustion and relief evident in her eyes upon seeing Kaito. "Yes, it's over. Cockabeel won't threaten anyone anymore." Kaito nodded, his expression serious as he approached them. He looked around, seeing the state of the mansion and everyone's exhaustion. "You all fought well here. You managed to defeat Cerberus and protect the mansion." Aquino let out a relieved sigh, the weight of the battle evident on her shoulders. Yes, but it was a tough fight. If you hadn't returned in time, we might not have been able to protect everyone. Zenobia was beside them, but her expression was different. There was something dark in her eyes, a mix of desolation and shock. She held her sword tightly, her gaze vacant. Irina also seemed lost, her eyes downcast, her breathing uneven. Between the two, Zenobia was clearly in worse shape. Kaido, if what Cockabill said is true, then, is God dead? Zenobia murmured, her voice trembling and weak. She looked at Kaido, desperately seeking some answer, something that could give her hope. Kaido narrowed his eyes, perceiving the emotional state of the two exorcists. He knew how important their faith was to them and how this revelation had been devastating. Zenobia, I don't know the truth about God, but I know that you fought until now with determination, and that doesn't change, even if the truth is hard to accept. We dedicated our lives to God, and now, what will we do? Irina said, her eyes filled with tears, nodding slowly. Zenobia fell to her knees, the shock overwhelming her. If God is dead, then our purpose, everything we fought for, what does it mean? Tears finally began to roll down her face, her voice filled with pain and despair. Kaito approached Zenobia and Irina, observing their emotional state. He knew he needed to offer some form of hope. Zenobia, Irina, I know this is hard, but you don't have to face this pain alone. If you want, you can join my peerage. I offer you a new purpose, a new reason to fight. Irina looked at Kaito's outstretched hand, then at Zenobia. She shook her head with a sad smile. Thank you, Kaito, but I still need time to understand all this. I can't make that decision now. Irina stepped away a bit, trying to gather her thoughts. Zenobia, on the other hand, looked at Kaito's hand for a long moment. Tears still streamed down her face, but there was something in her eyes that began to change. Slowly, she raised her hand and took Kaito's, her gaze meeting his. I need a new purpose. If it means fighting by your side, Kaito, then I accept. Please let me join your peerage. Kaito nodded, helping Zenobia to her feet. You'll be welcome, Zenobia. We'll find a new path together. Zenobia wiped her tears, her expression still sad, but now with a spark of renewed determination. I will try. I'll find a new reason to fight. Even if it's hard, I won't give up. So this is the end of the great Cockabill? How pathetic. An arrogant voice echoed through the area, interrupting the moment of relief. Everyone quickly turned towards the voice. Volley Lucifer floated above the rubble, his white wings glowing under the moonlight. His gaze was fixed on Kaito and the others, and there was an expression of irritation on his face. Who are you? Kaito asked, narrowing his eyes, his stance becoming more defensive. He didn't know the man in front of him, but he could feel an intense energy emanating from him. Volley smiled provocatively, ignoring Kaito's question. Did you all really manage to kill Cockabill? That's surprising. I must say I'm a bit disappointed. I expected more from a leader of the Grigori. Cockabill was a threat to everyone. We did what we had to do to protect our friends and our territory. Rhea stepped forward, her expression serious. Volley slowly descended to the ground, his expression full of disdain. I don't care about your motives, Gremory. I just wanted to know who was responsible for killing that idiot. I defeated him. If you're here to avenge Cockabill, know that we won't back down. Kaito stepped forward, keeping his eyes on Volley. Volley raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on his face. Avenge Cockabill? He let out a short, derisive laugh. You're mistaken. I'm not here to avenge anyone. In fact, I couldn't care less about that idiot. I just need his body. Volley approached Cockabill's corpse, looking at it for a moment before bending down and lifting it effortlessly. I'm taking this with me. I have some uses for it. He looked back at Kaito, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. You have potential, Kaito. Maybe one day we can fight for real. Kaito kept his serious expression, watching Volley's every move. If you want to fight, I'll be ready, but don't think you can just show up and threaten us. Volley shrugged, lightly flapping his wings as he prepared to leave. Calm down, it's not a challenge, at least not today. He cast one last look at the group. I hope you're ready when that day comes. Volley then took off, carrying Cockabill's body with him, disappearing into the night without saying anything else. Irina took a deep breath, breaking the silence. I'm going back to the Vatican. I have a report to make. She looked at Zenobia, her expression full of concern. Are you really staying, Zenobia? Yes, Irina. I need a new purpose, and I believe I can find it here. I'll fight alongside Kaido and find a new reason to continue. Zenobia nodded, with renewed determination in her eyes. Irina hesitated for a moment, but then smiled, though sadly. I understand. Take care, Zenobia, and you too, Kaido. She turned and began walking toward the exit, casting one last look at her friend before disappearing among the rubble. That's it, Riaz, I'll leave you. Kaido looked around. You have a lot to fix in your mansion. Riaz nodded, a tired smile on her face. Yes, you're right, we have a lot of work to do. Thank you for everything, Kaido. Kaido gave a nod before turning to Zenobia. Come on, Zenobia, we have a long way ahead of us. Zenobia nodded, following Kaido as they both walked away from the battlefield, leaving Riaz and Akino to deal with the damage and prepare for the next challenge that might come. Kaido's room. Well, Zenobia, I'm going to start the reincarnation ritual and turn you into a devil. Kaido looked at Zenobia, who was sitting in the center of the room, waiting with a determined expression. Zenobia took a deep breath and nodded. I'm ready, Kaido. I'll accept this new path and fight by your side. Kaido took one of the evil pieces, a night piece. He approached Zenobia, holding the glowing piece in his hand. This piece represents your new life, Zenobia. I'll place it on your chest. From now on, you'll be my knight. Kaido touched the piece to Zenovia's chest, and a magic circle appeared around them, glowing intensely as the reincarnation ritual began. The magical energy enveloped Zenobia, and she closed her eyes, feeling the transformation occurring within her. The glow of the magic circle increased, and the night piece merged into Zenovia's body, disappearing into her chest. The energy around them began to dissipate, and the magic circle slowly vanished. Kaido watched as Zenobia opened her eyes, now shining with a new energy. You are now my knight, Zenobia. Welcome to my peerage. Zenobia stood up, feeling the demonic power flowing through her body. She looked at Kaido and smiled, a confident and determined smile. Thank you, Kaido. I'll honor this new power and fight by your side with everything I have. Kaido nodded, satisfied. Now, why don't you go downstairs and talk to Thalia and Kuroka? They're in the living room. I'm sure they'll enjoy getting to know you better. Zenobia nodded again, a bit curious about the other people in Kaido's group. Okay, Kaido, I'll go meet your companions. She turned and began to walk towards the door, while Kaido watched with a slight smile. They'll like you, Zenobia. Thalia and Kuroka are good allies. Don't worry, you're in good hands here. Kaido said, watching Zenobia leave the room towards the living room. Kaido sighed as the door closed. He found himself thinking about his parents and Asia, remembering the moments of peace and tranquility he spent with them. He felt a tightness in his chest as he realized how much he missed seeing them. I guess it's time to visit them, Kaido murmured to himself. He needed to see his parents and Asia to make sure they were okay and enjoy a moment of rest after the entire battle. Without wasting any more time, Kaido left the room, ready to visit those who were most precious to him. Chapter 92. I think it's time to visit them, Kaido murmured to himself. He needed to see his parents and Asia, make sure they were well, and take a moment to rest after the battle. Without wasting more time, Kaido teleported, a magic circle glowing beneath his feet before he disappeared from the room. Kaido materialized in a forest on the outskirts of Kyoto. The darkness of the night was pierced only by the moonlight, which softly illuminated the scenery around him. He walked through the forest, his steps light on the soft grass, until he found the largest tree in the area. The imposing tree stood out among the others, its canopy extending vast and high into the sky. Kaido looked at the ring on his finger, which began to glow softly. He removed it, and in a fluid motion, the ring transformed into a key. The key seemed to vibrate in his hand, and Kaido approached the tree, extending the key towards the trunk. As soon as the key touched the tree's bark, a bright light appeared, illuminating the entire area around him. A portal began to form, a magical opening emerging from the tree's trunk. The golden glow of the portal shimmered, and Kaido could feel the magical energy on the other side. He knew that this was the path to the fairy world, where he would find Asia, Mickey, and Garu. Kaido took a deep breath, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "I'm coming," he murmured before stepping forward and entering the portal, disappearing into the light that surrounded the entrance. As soon as he crossed the portal, Kaido felt the immediate change in the environment. The air was different, purer, and the magical sensation around him was intense. He was back in the fairy world, a place full of vibrant energy and lush nature. Kaido looked around, his eyes filled with anticipation as he searched for those he loved. "Kaido," Asia's sweet voice echoed through the area, full of emotion and relief. In an instant, she appeared running towards him, her blonde hair blowing in the wind. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Kaido's arms, hugging him tightly. "Asia," Kaido whispered, holding her firmly as he felt the warmth of her embrace. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to feel the peace her presence brought. "I'm here." Asia looked at him, her eyes shining with tears of happiness. "I was so worried, Kaido, but I knew you'd come back." She smiled, a smile full of love and relief, as she nestled into his arms. Kaido smiled back, gently stroking her hair. "I promised I'd return, and here I am." Mickey and Garou approached soon after, both visibly moved. Mickey's eyes were brimming with tears as she watched the scene, and Garou wore a warm smile. "Welcome back, Kaido," Mickey said, her voice laden with emotion. "We're all so happy to see you again." "Yeah, kid, you finally made it back," Garou added, nodding with a proud smile. "We heard you went through a lot, but it's good to see you're still in one piece." Kaido released Asia, though she still kept her hands entwined with his and looked at his adoptive parents. "I'm back, and now we can have some peace again." Mickey wiped away a tear that escaped, her smile widening. "That's right, let's enjoy every moment together. Here in the fairy world, everything is different. We can be happy away from the troubles." Kaido nodded, looking at each of them with affection. "Yes, that's exactly what I want, to enjoy this moment with you all without worries." Garou patted Kaido's shoulder. "Then come, let's go home. We've got a lot to talk about and celebrate." He turned, beginning to walk toward their house, Mickey by his side. Kaido looked at Asia, who still held his hands and smiled. "Let's go, Asia. I've missed all of this." Asia nodded, a sparkle of happiness in her eyes as she walked alongside Kaido. "I'm so glad you're here, Kaido. It's like a dream come true." Kaido only smiled, his heart warmed by the love and care of his family. Together, they walked toward the house, ready to enjoy moments of tranquility and happiness in the magical fairy world. Meanwhile, at the Hiatus residence, Thalia, Kuroka, and Zenovia were in the living room, sharing stories and getting to know each other better. Thalia was sitting on the couch, relaxed, while Kuroka, her tail lazily swaying, watched Zenovia with curiosity. "So, Zenovia," Thalia began, crossing her arms and smiling. "You were an exorcist before joining us, right? That must have been quite a change." Zenovia nodded, a thoughtful look on her face. "Yes, I was an exorcist, a knight of God. My life was always dedicated to fighting for what I believed was right, following the faith and teachings of the church." She sighed, her expression darkening for a moment. "But after what happened with Cockabeel, I realized things weren't so simple. Everything I believed in was shaken, and it was hard to find a new purpose." Kuroka tilted her head, watching her closely. "Naya, that must have been hard, right? Abandoning everything you knew and becoming a devil." Zenovia smiled slightly, though her eyes still showed the sadness of her journey. "Yes, it wasn't easy, but I needed a new purpose, something to fight for." Thalia nodded, her gaze understanding. "You're strong, Zenovia. Finding a new path after all that takes a lot of courage, and we're happy to have you with us." Speaking of which, there are only 2 rooms in the house, you know? So, one of you will have to sleep with Kaido, Naya." Kuroka smiled mischievously, a provocative gleam in her eyes. "That doesn't matter to me. As long as I have a place to rest and be ready to fight tomorrow, I'm satisfied." Zenovia looked at Kuroka, clearly indifferent to the provocation. "Kuroka, you really don't miss a chance, do you? But I feel like your teasing isn't working as you expected." Thalia laughed lightly, shaking her head. "Tisk, you two are hard to provoke, Naya. But don't worry, I'll find another way to have fun." Kuroka shrugged, a mischievous smile still on her lips. "Actually, I want to have children with Kaido," Zenovia suddenly said, looking directly at Kuroka. "I want to experience everything." Kuroka widened her eyes for a moment, surprised, but soon smiled wickedly. Oh, so you're thinking big, Naya. I want to have many children too. Expanding my race is important to me. Thalia sighed, looking at the two of them with a slightly serious expression. You're both talking as if it's something simple. Having children is a huge responsibility. Raising a child requires much more than just the desire to have one. Zenobia nodded, though a determined gleam remained in her eyes. You're right, Thalia, so maybe instead of children I can have sex with Kaido for training. She said it directly and practically. This girl really doesn't think before she speaks. What kind of church did she follow? Thalia thought. Fairy world. Kaido was sitting at the table with Asia and Garu, while Mickey was cooking in the kitchen. The atmosphere was calm and cozy, with the smell of Mickey's homemade food filling the room. Are you going to stay here with us? Asia asked, her voice full of hope as she looked at Kaido, her eyes shining with expectation. I can't, Asia. I still have many battles ahead of me. Kaido sighed, a sad smile forming on his lips. Oh, Asia lowered her head, disappointment evident on her face, her voice almost a whisper. But I promise I'll always come back. Kaido reached out, gently holding Asia's chin and lifting her face, looking directly into her eyes. Really, do you swear? I swear, Kaido replied, his gaze fixed on hers, conveying all the sincerity in his words. After all this time, you must miss Mom's cooking. Mickey interrupted, smiling as she looked at Kaido. Yes, it'll be nice. Kaido smiled, feeling the warmth of his family's affection. Mickey and Garu watched the display of affection between the two with smiles on their faces, feeling the warmth of the family moment. It was a tender moment amid so many battles and challenges that Kaido had faced, and it brought peace to their hearts. Chapter 93. The Hall of Olympus was enveloped in a tense silence. Dark clouds hovered over the immense marble columns that supported the ceiling of the Grand Hall of the Gods. In the center sat Zeus, seated on his golden throne, his eyes sparking with a furious and suspicious glint. His fingers drummed on the arm of the throne as he surveyed the gods before him. Someone killed Ares, and I want to know who it was. Zeus's voice echoed through the hall like thunder, making the columns tremble. The gaze of the king of the gods swept across every face present, searching for any sign of guilt, any tremor or averted gaze that might reveal the culprit. Ares, the god of war, had been killed under mysterious circumstances, and the energy from his death still left traces, signaling his destruction. A fact that, in itself, shook the very foundation of Olympus. No god should be vulnerable to the point of being murdered, and this left everyone in a state of alert and distrust. Let's be honest, Father, the god of war was not short of enemies, even among us gods. Athena spoke, her voice firm and calm. Her gaze met Zeus's, unwavering, reflecting the uncomfortable reality that everyone there preferred to ignore. Are you insinuating something, Athena? Apollo interjected, stepping forward. If you have someone in mind, I suggest you be clear and tell us who you suspect. Why are you so defensive, dear brother? Feeling guilty? Athena retorted, her gaze fixed on Apollo, a slight smile forming on her lips. A low murmur spread among the gods present. Hermes exchanged a look with Dionysus, while Hera raised an eyebrow, clearly interested in the exchange between Athena and Apollo. Enough! Zeus thundered, his voice exploding like lightning. Crack! The sound echoed through the hall, and the gods immediately fell silent, their eyes turning toward the king of the gods. Whoever did this will be punished with the full fury of Olympus. Hermes, I want you to investigate. Leave no stone unturned, do whatever it takes. Bring me answers and bring me the culprit. Zeus narrowed his eyes, unconvinced by his children's argument. Yes, Father, I will find out who is behind this. Hermes nodded, his gaze determined. He quickly departed, ready to begin his mission, while the other gods remained silent, each dealing with their own suspicions and fears. Hephaestus was among the gods, observing the entire situation. And not for a moment did anyone point to me, even though I had a solid motive to kill Ares. He remained silent, avoiding any reaction that might attract unwanted attention. No god will leave Olympus alone. This is my command. No one may leave without my authorization. The only exception will be Poseidon, who will return to the sea. All others remain here. Zeus stood, his imposing figure dominating the hall. Poseidon raised his gaze and, without a word, simply nodded. He rose and, with a dignified and serene movement, left the hall, heading for the sea, where his presence was essential. And what about Thalia? Hera broke the silence, her voice laden with anger. She is one of your many daughters, Zeus, and coincidentally lived in the last place Ares was seen alive. Perhaps you should explain why your offspring was so close to the events. Zeus immediately turned his furious gaze to Hera. Hera, control your words. I am well aware of your aversion to my children, but I will not allow you to use your personal suspicions to incite discord among us. Thalia will not be judged without proof, just as any other god here present. Hera narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on Zeus, but she said nothing more. A heavy silence fell over the hall again, as each god processed the recent events and the unspoken accusations that lingered in the air. The atmosphere in the Hall of Olympus was tense. Ares, the god of war, was dead. And now, Olympus was about to become a stage of suspicions, intrigue, and dark revelations. In a discreet house in Tokyo, Azazel observed Vali sitting on a couch, a slight smile on his face as he looked at him with curiosity. The house was quiet, lit only by the light coming through the window, revealing a simple but cozy environment. You came back different from Kyo. Did something happen or did you meet someone interesting? Azazel asked, his voice carrying a casual tone but with a hint of sincere curiosity. Vali raised his eyes, an enigmatic glint in them. Kyo was interesting indeed. I met someone who caught my attention. He didn't reveal much more, maintaining an air of mystery that Azazel knew well. Does it have anything to do with Cockabil's killer? Azazel asked, his tone shifting slightly, now more serious and investigative. Vali sighed, a discreet smile forming. It's hard to hide things from you. Yes, it has to do with him. I'm interested in this individual. He could be a good opponent in the future. Azazel watched Vali closely, his expression becoming a bit more introspective. He knew more than he was willing to reveal at that moment. I understand. Just be careful, Vali. There's more to this story than it seems, and this individual has his own secrets. Vali smiled, a determined glint in his eyes. I know, and that's exactly what makes it all the more interesting. At the Gremory mansion, Riaz sat in an armchair in the main hall, surrounded by Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba. The atmosphere in the mansion was somewhat lighter, but there was still tension in the air due to recent events involving Cockabil and Ares. The silence was broken when Kaito entered the hall, followed by Thalia and Zenobia. Riaz, I brought someone for you to meet, Kaito said, his voice calm as he gestured for Thalia to step forward. Riaz raised her gaze, curious. Thalia, she looked at the girl beside Kaito, her eyes assessing her for a moment before standing. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thalia stepped forward, a confident smile on her face. The pleasure is mine, Riaz Gremory. I am now queen of Kaito's peerage. I hope to collaborate with all of you. Aquino looked at Thalia with a gentle smile. Welcome, Thalia. We're happy to have another ally by our side. Kaneko simply observed Thalia for a moment before giving a slight nod, while Kiba smiled politely. Riaz nodded, keeping her gaze on Thalia. Kaito has told me about you. I'm looking forward to seeing your skills in action. We don't have easy times ahead, but I'm sure you'll be a great ally. Kaito smiled slightly, looking at Thalia. Thalia is strong and has much to offer. I'm sure she'll adapt well to the group. Kaito was in his room with Thalia, the environment calm, illuminated only by the faint light from the lamp beside the bed. Kaito looked at Thalia, curious about her impressions of Riaz's group. So, what did you think of them? Thalia sighed lightly, looking at the ceiling as she thought. Riaz and Aquino, I'd say they both have feelings for you. They're trying not to show it too much, but it's pretty obvious. Kaito raised an eyebrow, surprised. Feelings, really? Yes, and as clear as daylight, Thalia replied, a small smile playing on her lips. She turned to Kaito, observing his expression for a moment before continuing. Kiba, on the other hand, I can't say much about him yet. He seems calm, but there's something behind those eyes, something he doesn't reveal easily. Kaito nodded, absorbing Thalia's words. And what about Kaneko? Kaneko, she's of the same race as Kuroka, isn't she? Thalia commented, crossing her arms and frowning slightly. You can see there's a complicated story behind that. She has such a distant look, as if she's always on the defensive. But I can't blame her, considering what Kuroka has already told me about their race. Kaido took a deep breath, agreeing with the observation. Kuroka hasn't mentioned that she has a sister to Thalia. Better leave that subject for Kuroka to reveal herself. Yes, that's true. I think everyone there carries their own burdens in some way. Thalia looked at Kaido, a curious glint in her eyes. Do you intend to do something about Rias and Aquino? Kaido raised an eyebrow, a discreet smile forming on his lips. Jealous? Thalia frowned, clearly displeased. Of course not, I'm just curious. Look, I already have enough problems with the women under the same roof as me. Kaido looked at Thalia, the playful tone in his voice making it clear that he was referring to her as well. Thalia narrowed her eyes, but an involuntary smile appeared on her face. You're impossible, Kaido. Thalia turned and left the room, slamming the door behind her. Clack. Kaido scratched his head, sighing. Women. He lay down on the bed, a playful smile on his face as he looked at the ceiling. Each one of them is unique, that's for sure. Chapter 94. Days later, Hermes returned to the Hall of Olympus. He entered hastily, his eyes reflecting a certain tension as he approached Zeus's throne. Father, I investigated as you ordered, but I found no conclusive evidence. None of the gods show any signs of guilt. It seems we're dealing with something far more complex than we expected. Zeus's face darkened, his eyes sparking with fury. You found nothing, Hermes? Nothing? His voice reverberated through the hall, causing the walls to tremble. Unfortunately, Father, no concrete evidence was discovered. I suggest we continue the investigation and try other approaches. Perhaps we should look in another direction. Maybe toward Thalia, as Hera mentioned, Hermes suggested. Zeus took a deep breath, his anger clearly present in his expression. Thalia, he muttered. Hermes, do whatever is necessary. Investigate my daughter, find anything that might connect her to this incident. But be clear, I don't want premature accusations. Just bring me information. Yes, Father, I will do as you command. Hermes quickly departed, leaving the hall in an uncomfortable silence. Zeus watched Hermes leave, his mind swirling with Hera's words. He was seriously considering what his wife had said about Thalia. The thought that one of his own creations might be involved left him uneasy. Later, Zeus returned to his quarters. The weight of fatigue bore down on his shoulders as he pushed the doors open. Upon entering, he found Hera seated in a chair, a smug look on her face. Hera, Zeus closed the door behind him, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Don't look at me like that. Hera crossed her arms, keeping a firm gaze on Zeus. Like what? I'm just waiting for you to finally accept the obvious, my dear husband. Maybe your daughter isn't as innocent as you think. Zeus shook his head, frowning. There's still no proof, Hera. I won't condemn her without certainty. Hera gave a slight smile, rising. We'll see, Zeus, we'll see. She left the room, leaving Zeus alone, lost in thought. Zeus took a deep breath, gazing out at the horizon through the window. The burden of being the king of the gods seemed heavier than ever at that moment. Thalia, why did it have to be you? At the Hiatus residence, Thalia was sitting on the couch when her phone vibrated. Virarar, virarar. She picked up the device and saw it was a message from Emily, a witch friend from the city of Nightshade. Emily, there's a man here asking about you. I don't know who he is, but he's definitely not human. Thalia read the message, feeling a chill run down her spine. She quickly replied with thanks. Thalia, thank you, Emily. I'll stay alert. At that moment, Kaido was coming down the stairs. Thalia was focused on her phone, while Kuroka and Zenobia were talking in another corner of the room. Kaido, we need to talk. Thalia called, her voice laden with evident concern. Kaido stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looking at her with curiosity. What's wrong, Thalia? Thalia showed him Emily's message, her face serious. It seems someone is looking for me, someone who isn't human. Kaido frowned as he read the message. Probably a Greek god, but who? Could it be they've already discovered Thalia? If so, it's only a matter of time before they find me too. Kaido sighed, clearly uncertain what to do. He knew that, eventually, the Greek gods would discover Thalia and next come after him. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Kuroka, who had overheard part of the conversation, approached, her tail swaying slightly. "Naya, maybe we should consider seeking the Chaos Brigade. They might offer some protection. Plus, we could try talking to Offeyes." Kaito looked at Kuroka, contemplating the suggestion. The idea of involving the Chaos Brigade was far from comforting, but he knew they didn't have many options. The mention of Offeyes piqued his interest. Kaito nodded, making a decision. "I'll go with you, Kuroka. Let's talk to Offeyes." At the Occult Research Club, Riaz and Aquino awaited Graphia's arrival. The room was silent, only the sound of wind outside filling the space as the two talked. "Shouldn't we call Kaito to join us?" Aquino suggested, her gaze fixed on Riaz, who seemed deep in thought. Before Riaz could respond, her phone vibrated. VRRR, VRRR. Riaz looked at the screen, surprised to see it was a message from Kaito. "Kaito, I had to travel again and won't be able to speak with you." Riaz frowned, clearly surprised and irritated. "Kaito, now of all times," she muttered to herself, feeling frustrated. "The second time he's traveled without prior notice." Riaz complained, looking at Aquino. "It seems he always has something more important." Aquino merely smiled gently, trying to calm Riaz. "He must have his reasons, but I understand your frustration." Before they could continue the conversation, a magic circle appeared on the floor, the Gremory family crest shining brightly. Graphia materialized at the center of the circle, her posture as imposing and calm as ever. "Riaz-sama, Aquino, I hope I'm not late." Riaz took a deep breath, ending the conversation about Kaito as she turned to Graphia. "No, Graphia, you arrived at the right time." Kaito, Kuroka, Thalia, and Zenobia materialized in a forest in Japan, one of the Chaos Brigade's hideouts. The forest was dense, and only the sound of leaves in the wind and the occasional bird song broke the silence. Kuroka pointed to a secluded house, partially covered by vegetation. "She stays there alone. Remember, don't speak too loudly and show her respect, Naya." They began to walk through the forest towards the house, their steps silent as they approached the place. When they reached the door, Kaito tried to sense Offeyes' magic level. He closed his eyes, focusing, but what he felt was overwhelming, a presence so vast it seemed infinite. Kaito fell to his knees on the ground, his face pale. "Thud!" "Kaito!" Thalia exclaimed, running to him, her face showing clear concern. "Are you okay? What happened?" Zenobia, although more restrained, was visibly worried, staying close to Kaito. "Kaito-sama, can you stand?" Kuroka was puzzled, her gaze shifting between Kaito and the house. "Naya, what happened to him?" Kaito felt as if he were in the presence of a colossal force, an invisible giant whose mere presence was enough to crush him. It was as if he were facing something too vast to comprehend, an entity that made even the gods seem insignificant. He was an ant, and the house harbored an overwhelming presence, a being whose magnitude could not be measured. Kaito took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Magic is immense. I've never felt anything like this before." He struggled to stand, with the help of Thalia and Zenobia. Kuroka watched with a mix of concern and surprise. "I told you not to underestimate Offeyes. She's the infinite dragon god Naya." Kaito took a few more deep breaths, trying to steady himself. Kuroka approached the house's door and opened it slowly, the creaking echoing through the forest. "Let's go in. She usually stays isolated in the last room to the right. She's expecting you, so just follow my instructions, Naya." Kaito looked in the direction Kuroka indicated and sighed. He began to walk carefully toward the designated room, his steps cautious as he approached. Before Kaito could reach the door, it opened by itself, revealing Offeyes. She stepped out of the room, and Kaito saw her for the first time. She was a beautiful young girl with long black hair down to her hips and equally black eyes. Her ears were pointed, but her long hair made this feature hard to notice. Her deep black eyes had slit pupils like those of a reptile. Kaito held his breath upon seeing Offeyes. Despite her childlike and harmless appearance, he felt the overwhelming power emanating from her, as if he were standing before something beyond comprehension. "Finally, you've come." Afi's voice was soft and emotionless, her eyes fixed on Kaito. "I apologize for the delay," Kaito said, his voice carrying hesitation. He lowered his head in respect, feeling the weight of Afi's presence. "I needed to prepare myself before coming here." "It doesn't matter," Afi's replied in a straightforward manner, her expression remaining unchanged. "You have power, and maybe you can help me." "Help? How could I help you?" Kaito asked, looking up and observing Afi's with curiosity. "I want to overthrow the Baka Red," Afi said clearly and bluntly. "I want my home back. The dimensional gap belongs to me. The Great Red took my place, and I want it returned." Kaito frowned, absorbing Afi's words. The Great Red Dimensional Gap. The dimensional gap is the place of silence, a space between dimensions. It's my original home, but the Great Red, the Dragon of Chaos, took it from me. He and I have equivalent power, and he occupies my place with no intention of leaving. The Great Red is an entity as powerful as I am, and that place should be my refuge. I want you to remove him from there so I can return." Kaito felt a chill run through his body upon hearing this. Fighting someone with the same level of power as Afi's. The idea seemed absurd. Afi's presence alone was overwhelming enough to bring him to his knees, and now she wanted him to face another being just as powerful as her. "I should have thought better before joining the Chaos Brigade. This isn't just dangerous, it's practically suicide. Maybe I should have planned a different approach, something less direct, but now I'm involved up to my neck." Chapter 95. Kaito looked at Afi's as the environment around them seemed to freeze. Her words echoed in his mind. "I want my home back." He furrowed his brow, trying to understand the true intention behind the infinite dragon goddess's request. There was something there, something that seemed to elude immediate comprehension. Why did she want that particular space so much? Why the dimensional gap? Couldn't there be another place? The place of silence? Maybe that was it. Perhaps Afi's needed somewhere where silence was absolute, where she could find peace or recover lost power. If what she needs is a silent place, there are other options. Mount Olympus is a place of power and relatively isolated. If I could eliminate the gods, it would be free for her to take as her own. Or maybe the fairy realm, both could be good substitutes for the dimensional gap. Afi's is powerful, but she seems to have a specific focus. If I can form an alliance with her, we could turn this into an advantage. All I need is her help to bring down the gods. Afi's continued to look at him, showing no sign of impatience or curiosity in her expression. Her gaze remained empty, indifferent to the thoughts passing through Kaito's mind. It was as if time held no importance to her, as if her existence was on a plane entirely different from that of any other creature present. Kuroka, on the other hand, observed Kaito with concern. She knew Afi's better than anyone there and knew how dangerous any alliance with her could be. There was a weight in her presence that could crush even the strongest souls, and Kuroka didn't want to see Kaito succumb to the pressure of this incomprehensible entity. Still, she remained silent, respecting Kaito's moment of decision. Finally, Kaito raised his eyes, meeting Afi's empty gaze. His expression hardened, and he gave a slight smile. "So, Afi's, maybe it isn't necessary to reclaim the dimensional gap. There are other places that could be a home for you, places where silence and power are present. Mount Olympus, for example, could become an ideal refuge if the gods were not there. Or another place that I can think of. All I ask in return is your help to bring down the gods." Afi's remained silent, her gaze unchanged, but something in her posture indicated slight interest. She continued to observe Kaito, as if pondering his words. Thalia, beside him, widened her eyes slightly, realizing Kaito's intention. He's trying to use Afi's to kill the gods. Dark thoughts and concerns began to rise in her mind. It was a dangerous move, and Thalia knew it. Kuroka, meanwhile, only shook her head internally. Kaito is crazy for trying to manipulate Afi's like this. This could end very badly. Even so, she continued there, watching the scene without interrupting. Zenobia, however, remained indifferent. The whole situation didn't seem to affect her in the same way. She was only focused on her mission and on following Kaito, no matter the direction. Kaito began to feel regret growing within him. Perhaps he had gone too far with his words. Manipulating an entity like Afi's was too risky, even for him. but there was no turning back now. Everything depended on her answer. I accept. Aphai's voice was soft and empty, yet full of a decision that made the air around them feel denser. Kaido took a deep breath, trying to process what he had just heard. He had done it. The infinite dragon goddess had accepted his proposal. The alliance was formed, but the cost of it was yet to be determined. SHUUM. Without warning, a magic circle glowed under Kaido and Aphai's feet, and in an instant, they vanished. The sudden teleport left Kaido dazed, his senses momentarily confused as the vision around him changed completely. Kaido. Thalia's voice echoed in the place as she reached out towards where Kaido had been, only to see him disappear. Kuroka and Zenovia, who were nearby, exchanged worried looks. That was very sudden, Naya. Could Aphais have taken him somewhere safe? Kuroka murmured, her tail swaying nervously. Zenovia remained firm, but her expression showed a certain tension. We need to stay alert. Kaido may need our help at any moment. Aphais and Kaido materialized in the city of Nightshade. Kaido was still stunned by the sudden teleport. He blinked a few times, trying to get his bearings and understand where they were. His gaze passed over the buildings in the city until he realized where they were. Nightshade, Thalia City. Aphais looked at him, her expression unchanged. There is a Greek god in the city. He will be the first to be eliminated. Kaido nodded slowly, still recovering from the shock of the sudden transition. All right, let's begin. Kaido and Aphais started walking through the city, keeping alert for any sign of the Greek god. Kaido knew this could be the most dangerous moment of his life, but it was also a unique opportunity. He needed to proceed with caution. Finally, after crossing several streets, Kaido spotted a man of ordinary appearance, dressed in modern clothing and apparently distracted. His movements were graceful, and he seemed to be observing his surroundings as if looking for something or someone. Hermes, Kaido murmured to himself, recognizing the messenger god. He's looking for Thalia. He must be following Zeus's orders. Kaido approached silently, and Hermes, noticing the approach, turned to him, curious. Can I help you? Hermes asked, raising an eyebrow, his gaze evaluating Kaido. It was evident that Hermes did not know who he was, and that gave Kaido a small advantage. Actually, yes, Kaido smiled slightly, his eyes cold as he watched Hermes. I am the one you were looking for. Hermes narrowed his eyes, clearly confused. You, I don't know who you are, I'm looking for a woman. Kaido did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand, and immediately the reality around them began to distort. Hermes widened his eyes as the environment changed dramatically, the buildings of Nightshade disappearing and giving way to large marble columns and a sand floor, as if they had been transported to the Roman Colosseum. Hermes looked around, stunned, his eyes wide. What is this? Kaido remained silent, merely observing Hermes as the distortion of the alternate dimension completed. Now, they were surrounded by the walls of the Colosseum, the clear sky replaced by an infinite and distant dome. Hermes looked at Kaido, and something in his expression changed. His eyes narrowed as he felt the energy emanating from Kaido, an energy he knew well. This power, it's Ares's, Hermes muttered, his voice low as shock took over his expression. He took a step back, realizing what was happening. You're the one who killed my brother. Kaido only observed Hermes, his gaze cold and determined. Yes, that was me, and you will be next. Hermes clenched his fists, his expression shifting between anger and disbelief. Do you really think you can kill another god, devil? This won't go unpunished. Kaido raised his hand, and his spiritual spear Vendetta appeared with a threatening gleam. Then, let's find out. Hermes advanced with impressive speed, his movements almost imperceptible to the human eye. In an instant, he was beside Kaido, launching a series of quick and precise blows. Thud. 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 Hermes's fists collided with Kaido, each impact echoing through the Colosseum. Kaido tried to defend himself, but Hermes's speed was overwhelming, and he could barely keep up with the god's movements. Bams bam. Kaido was pushed back, his feet sliding across the sand of the Colosseum as he tried to maintain his balance. Hermes didn't give him time to breathe. The god advanced again, his fists glowing with intense light as he delivered more blows. Wham! Kaido was thrown against one of the marble columns, cracking it upon impact. He breathed heavily, his body aching from the blows received. Hermes smiled, confident as he watched Kaido recover. "I'll defeat you and bring you to Zeus." Before Hermes could advance again, roots began to sprout from the ground around him, thick and intertwined, moving with surprising speed. Crack swish. The roots rose and wrapped around Hermes's body, trapping his arms and legs. Hermes tried to resist, but the roots held him tightly, squeezing harder and harder. "What is this?" Hermes struggled to free himself, his face showing surprise and anger. Kaido slowly approached, watching Hermes struggle as the roots immobilized him. "You talk too much," Kaido said, his voice cold as he watched Hermes struggle, frustration etched on the god's face. Hermes gritted his teeth, muscles tense as he tried, in vain, to free himself from the roots binding him. The feeling of helplessness gnawed at his pride, each movement resulting in an even tighter grip. It was clear the situation was beyond Hermes's control, and it made him furious. Chapter 96. Hermes gritted his teeth, muscles tense, as he tried in vain to break free from the roots holding him captive. The feeling of helplessness gnawed at his pride, each movement only resulting in a tighter grip. It was evident that the situation was beyond Hermes' control, and that made him furious. "You think you can finish me off?" Hermes shouted, his voice filled with rage and desperation. He kept struggling, but the roots only tightened, suffocating him slowly. Kaido looked coldly at the imprisoned god, his eyes reflecting unshakable determination and the satisfaction of having another enemy in his hands. He raised the spear Vendetta, observing Hermes for a moment. "You will be just another to fall before me, Hermes. This is your end." Kaido then struck a mortal blow with Vendetta, the gleaming blade piercing Hermes' chest. Shink. Hermes' eyes widened, pain and despair taking over his expression as the spear went through him. A strangled scream escaped his lips as he felt life being torn from his body. "And no, it can't be," Hermes stammered, his voice growing weaker and weaker. Kaido watched without any emotion, just a cold satisfaction as he saw the light in Hermes' eyes slowly fade. He held the spear for a moment longer before withdrawing it with a swift motion. Slash! Hermes fell to his knees, his body weakened and his breath nearly non-existent. His head drooped forward, and with a final sigh, he collapsed lifeless onto the sands of the Colosseum. A golden light began to emanate from Hermes' body, shining intensely as it detached from him. Kaido watched attentively as this light moved toward him, as if attracted to his presence. The light enveloped Kaido, entering his body and being absorbed by him. Kaido closed his eyes, feeling the divine power of Hermes being transferred to him. It was an overwhelming sensation, as if every fiber of his being was being energized by a force beyond comprehension. He took a deep breath, feeling the power stabilize within him. Hermes' energy was now part of his own, further enhancing his abilities. Kaido slowly opened his eyes, a cold, determined gleam in his gaze. He then raised his hand, and with a firm motion, dissolved the Colosseum around him. Shum. The marble columns began to disintegrate, turning into particles of light carried away by the wind. The sandy floor disappeared, giving way to the original setting of the city of Nightshade. Everything returned to normal, as if the Colosseum had never existed. Offeyes was there, waiting for him, her expression unchanged. She observed Kaido, silently assessing him as he approached. "It's done," Kaido said, his voice calm as he neared Offeyes. "Hermes has been eliminated." Offeyes nodded slightly, her eyes still fixed on Kaido. "Very well, let's proceed." Shum. A magic circle glowed beneath Kaido and Offeyes' feet, and in an instant, both disappeared, teleporting to their next destination. Kaido and Offeyes materialized on an island, surrounded by the sound of the ocean and the salty scent of the sea breeze. The place was filled with statues of Poseidon, each one imposing and meticulously sculpted, representing the sea god's dominion over this territory. At the top of a large mountain stood a majestic castle, with towers reaching towards the sky. Kaido surveyed the location, his expression serious as he analyzed the surroundings. Off-Eyes, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, her attention entirely focused on the castle at the mountain's peak. "Let's go," Off-Eyes said, starting to walk toward the mansion. Kaito nodded, following her in silence, aware that they were about to face another challenge. As they reached the castle, they were met with a solemn atmosphere. The castle was decorated with symbols of Poseidon's power, with walls adorned by depictions of sea creatures and the god himself wielding his trident. The place exuded an aura of respect and authority. Poseidon appeared at the entrance of the main hall, his gaze fixed on Off-Eyes. He was tall and imposing, with long hair and a beard that resembled ocean waves. His expression was serious, but there was a certain respect in his eyes as he faced the infinite dragon goddess. "Off-Eyes," Poseidon said, his voice deep and respectful. "I never imagined you would come to my domain. What brings you here?" "I came to fight," Off-Eyes replied, her voice calm and direct. "You must be eliminated." Poseidon narrowed his eyes, the respect still present in his posture, but now accompanied by evident caution. "So that's it. You came to claim my territory. I will not yield without a fight." Off-Eyes said nothing more. She advanced toward Poseidon, her hands glowing with an intense black energy. Poseidon, in turn, raised his trident, water around him beginning to move, forming defensive barriers and attacks. Clang, crash. The clash of Off-Eyes and Poseidon's powers made the castle tremble, the walls cracking as their energies collided. Poseidon unleashed a massive wave towards Off-Eyes, but she merely raised her hand, dispersing the water as if it were nothing. Thud, wham. Off-Eyes advanced, moving with frightening speed. She struck a blow that hit Poseidon in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall. Poseidon tried to get up, but Off-Eyes gave him no time. She attacked him again, each blow carrying devastating force. Poseidon panted, his body weakened and severely injured. He tried to raise his trident once more, but Off-Eyes disarmed him with a swift motion, sending the weapon to the other side of the hall. Kaito watched the battle, his eyes wide as he witnessed Off-Eyes' overwhelming power. Every move she made was precise and devastating, as if she were fighting something insignificant. Poseidon, one of the most powerful gods, was at the mercy of the infinite dragon goddess, with no chance of victory. Poseidon fell to his knees, his body trembling as he looked up at Off-Eyes, his eyes reflecting defeat. "You, truly are, the most powerful," he murmured before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Kaito approached slowly, observing the defeated god. He raised the spear vendetta, a cold expression on his face as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Shink. Kaito drove the spear into Poseidon's heart. The blade went through the god's chest with ease, and a final breath escaped Poseidon's lips before he finally fell, lifeless. "This is happening faster than I expected," Kaito murmured to himself, withdrawing the spear from Poseidon's body. A golden light began to emanate from Poseidon's body, shining intensely as it detached from him. Kaito watched as this light moved toward him, completely enveloping him. The divine power of Poseidon was absorbed by Kaito, the energy flowing through his body like an immense wave, filling him with strength and power. He closed his eyes, feeling the power stabilize within him, every part of his being vibrating with the new energy. Kaito took a deep breath, opening his eyes slowly. Now, with Poseidon's power also in his hands, he was stronger than ever. He looked at Off-Eyes, who observed him silently. "It's done," Kaito said, his voice firm. "Let's move on to the next." Off-Eyes nodded, and a magic circle glowed beneath their feet, teleporting them to their next destination. SHUUM. Chapter 97. Hall of Olympus. The Hall of Olympus was covered by dark clouds, with tension hanging heavy among the gathered gods. Zeus sat on his golden throne, his eyes flashing with fury. His fingers drummed on the arm of the throne, revealing his growing impatience. He observed the gods before him, waiting for an answer that had yet to come. "Where is Hermes?" bellowed Zeus, his voice echoing through the hall like thunder, making the columns tremble. "He should have returned with information about Thalia." Zeus stood from his throne, his expression twisted with anger. "This is unacceptable. How can we protect Olympus if our own messengers fail in their missions?" The gods exchanged glances in silence, fearing they might become targets of Zeus's wrath. Hermes's absence had become a source of unease for everyone, but no one dared to confront the king of the gods in his current state. Zeus turned to where Poseidon usually sat. His absence was conspicuous and only served to fuel his irritation. "And Poseidon, why isn't he here either? Does anyone know where he is?" Zeus's voice thundered, making it clear that his patience was quickly wearing thin. "Shum." A magical circle glowed at the center of the hall, and suddenly, Ophis and Kaito materialized. The intense light from the teleport faded slowly, revealing the imposing figure of the infinite dragon goddess and a devil that no one recognized. The hall fell into absolute silence as the gods observed the scene with expressions of surprise and disbelief. After all, it was not common for anyone who wasn't a god to appear in Olympus in such a way. Murmurs began to spread through the hall as the gods exchanged glances. Athena and Hera exchanged quick looks, aware of what Ophis was capable of. Only Zeus, Hera, and Athena truly knew the full extent of Ophis's power and understood the danger she represented. The other gods, however, appeared restless, many beginning to complain about the presence of the strange figure. "How dare someone enter Olympus like this?" exclaimed one of the gods, his voice full of indignation. "Who are these intruders?" "Thom." Zeus raised his hand, and a thunderclap echoed through the hall, immediately silencing the murmurs. His imposing figure dominated the room, and all the gods fell silent, attentive to what he had to say. "Silence," Zeus commanded, his voice booming like thunder, leaving no room for argument. He looked at Ophis, his expression becoming more formal, indicating a restrained respect. "Ophis, welcome to Olympus." His voice was now solemn, completely ignoring Kaito's presence beside her. To Zeus, Kaito was nothing more than an insignificant devil, merely accompanying the powerful Ophis. Kaito, on the other hand, looked directly at Zeus, his eyes cold and assessing. He knew who the man on the throne was, and anger began bubbling within him. Zeus was responsible for the death of his parents and his entire species, and standing face to face with him made the hatred Kaito had long suppressed rise to the surface. He clenched his fists, trying to control the growing fury. Revealing himself now was not part of the plan, but the urge to attack Zeus was almost irresistible. While Kaito wrestled with his own feelings, he noticed the presence of Hephaestus. The god of fire and forges was there, watching him from a distance. Kaito felt a mix of disdain and scorn. Hephaestus had helped eliminate Ares, but not out of loyalty to Kaito, and Kaito felt no sympathy for the god either. To him, Hephaestus was simply someone with his own interests who now seemed uneasy with Kaito's presence in Olympus. Hephaestus, for his part, observed Kaito with concern. "He must not reveal anything about me to Zeus," he thought, his heart racing. "If Zeus finds out I had any involvement in Ares's death, I won't escape." The nervousness was evident in his gaze as he tried to mask his apprehension, maintaining his usual posture to avoid raising suspicion. Ophis, completely ignoring Zeus's greeting, looked around, her empty, indifferent gaze scanning the hall and the gods present there. "Is this place quiet?" Ophis asked, her voice soft and emotionless, as if she were completely uninterested in the grandeur of Olympus. Zeus furrowed his brow, clearly unsettled by the infinite dragon goddess's lack of response. He was not accustomed to being ignored in such a manner, especially in his own domain. However, he knew that Ophis was not someone to be confronted like any other god. Still, her question left him without an immediate answer, and silence spread again through the hall as the other gods watched the interaction with apprehension. "Yes, it is usually quiet," Zeus replied, trying to keep his composure. Ophis looked at Kaito, recalling what he had said earlier about Olympus being a good place for her. She seemed to consider this for a moment before turning her gaze back to Zeus and Hera. Suddenly, without warning, Ophis advanced, moving at a speed the surrounding gods could not follow. Thud! She grabbed Zeus and Hera by the necks, lifting them into the air as if they were helpless children. Hera's expression was filled with fear, her eyes wide as she struggled to breathe. Zeus, on the other hand, was red with rage, humiliation evident on his face. Even knowing Ophis's power, he could not accept being treated this way, especially in his own domain. The gods watched the scene in disbelief. Zeus, the king of the gods, was being held like a defenseless child, and Hera, the queen, looked terrified. The Hall of Olympus, long a symbol of power and majesty, was now shrouded in an atmosphere of pure shock and fear. Kaito observed the scene, a slight frustration filling him. He wanted to be the one to kill Zeus, to have personal revenge, but he knew that, at this moment, he did not have the strength to do so. Even so, seeing Zeus humiliated brought a bittersweet sense of satisfaction. "Now it's just me and you all," Kaito said, his voice echoing through the hall. "Thom." Athena stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Kaito. "Who are you? Why is Ophi's doing this? What do you want from Olympus?" Kaito looked at Athena, his gaze cold and calculating. "I am the one who came to overthrow the gods. Ophi's is here because she saw utility in my plans, and I want revenge." Kao's brigade hideout. Thalia was sitting on the sofa in the hideout, her thoughts occupied with Kaito. Worry was etched on her face, her eyes fixed on some point as her heart tightened with uncertainty. "I can't believe he went without taking me," Thalia muttered, her voice filled with frustration. She hated her father, Zeus, and knowing that Kaito was facing the gods without her made her uneasy. "No need to worry about the gods, Naya." Kuroka approached Thalia, her soft voice attempting to soothe her. "Why?" Thalia asked, lifting her eyes, her expression curious and confused. Kuroka looked at Thalia, her eyes showing a faint glimmer of concern. "The real problem isn't the gods, it's Ophi's. She can be lethal even to our own companions, Naya." Thalia fell silent, absorbing Kuroka's words. She knew Ophi's was powerful, but Kuroka's concern revealed a danger she hadn't fully considered. Zenobia, sitting in a corner of the room, looked at the two, but her expression was indifferent. "If Kaito defeated Kokabeel, he can defeat anyone. It doesn't matter who's in the way." Kuroka sighed, shaking her head slightly. "You don't understand, Naya. Ophi's and the gods are on a completely different level. We need to be careful." Thalia nodded, her worry returning as she looked in the direction Kaito had left. "I hope he knows what he's doing." Chapter 98. Athena took a step forward, her eyes fixed on Kaito. "Who are you? Why is Ophi's doing this? What do you want from Olympus?" Kaito looked at Athena, his eyes cold and calculating. "I am the one who came to bring down the gods. Ophi's is here because she saw value in my plans, and me, I want revenge." "Revenge for what? Who are you?" Athena asked, her voice firm but tinged with curiosity. Kaito took a deep breath, his expression hardening. He knew the time had come to reveal his identity. With a decisive motion, he transformed, manifesting his translucent fairy wings. A vibrant glow swept over his body, and his features became even more ethereal, revealing his true nature. You're a fairy?" Athena asked, surprised, a sudden understanding dawning in her eyes. The war against the fairies. She recalled the war that had taken place in the past, where the gods massacred the fairies, wiping out nearly the entire species. "You want revenge for the massacre?" Kaito nodded, his eyes fixed on Athena, filled with hatred and determination. "Yes, you killed my species, my parents, and now I'm here to end all of you." Hephaestus, who had remained silent until then, felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Kaito, guilt and regret filling his expression. "I helped him kill Ares, but I never imagined he was a fairy. What have I done?" His thoughts were full of remorse, as he regretted becoming involved in this plot without knowing Kaito's true identity. Kaito stretched slowly, his muscles preparing for the imminent confrontation. He looked at the gods around him, a challenging expression on his face. "Let's see who falls first." Apollo stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Kaito. "I don't care about your motives. I myself took part in the massacre of the fairies. If you want revenge, you'll have to go through me first." Kaito narrowed his eyes, watching Apollo with a mixture of rage and disdain. "Then you'll be next." Apollo raised his hand, and an intense glow began to emanate from his body. The sunlight gathered around him, creating a powerful aura that radiated heat. With a swift motion, he launched a burst of light toward Kaito. Whoosh! Kaito dodged agilely, his wings vibrating as he darted to the side, evading the attack. Apollo wasted no time and continued attacking, each strike of light more intense than the last. Realizing that the fight needed to be taken to another level, Kaido raised his hand. Reality around them began to distort, the structures of Olympus vanishing and giving way to towering marble columns and a sandy floor, as if they were being transported to the Roman Colosseum. SHUUM. Apollo looked around, surprised, as the alternate dimension completed itself. Now they were surrounded by the walls of the Colosseum, the clear sky replaced by an infinite and distant vault. Kaido looked at Apollo, his expression cold and determined. "Let's fight in a place more fitting for your fall," Kaido said, his voice full of challenge. Apollo laughed, his gaze fixed on Kaido. "You think you can defeat me here? I am the god of the sun." He raised his hands, concentrating solar energy into a bright sphere above his head. The light was so intense that it illuminated the entire Colosseum, momentarily blinding Kaido. Kaido squinted, feeling the rising heat. He knew he had to act quickly. With a swift motion, he launched Vendetta, his spiritual spear, toward Apollo. Swish! Apollo dodged, but Kaido quickly controlled the spear with his mind, making it return and strike Apollo from behind. Thud! Apollo cried out in pain, staggering forward as the spear pierced him. He turned, his expression twisted with rage. "Damn you, I won't fall so easily." Kaido advanced, his wings beating forcefully as he closed in on Apollo. With a quick move, he struck directly with Vendetta, aiming at the sun god's chest. Clang! Apollo managed to block the blow with a shield of light, but the force of the impact pushed him back a few steps. Kaido gave Apollo no room to breathe and continued attacking, each strike faster and more precise than the last. Apollo tried to defend himself, but Kaido's speed and determination were overwhelming. With each blow landed, Apollo's confidence waned, and he realized he was at a disadvantage. Finally, Kaido found an opening. With a precise move, he delivered a fatal blow, piercing Apollo's chest with Vendetta. Shink. Apollo's eyes widened, pain and despair filling his expression as the spear went through him. A choked scream escaped his lips as he felt life slipping away from his body. "You cannot," Apollo tried to speak, but his words were cut off by his final breath. His body weakened and fell to the ground of the Colosseum, lifeless. Kaido took a deep breath, observing Apollo's lifeless body before closing his eyes for a moment, feeling the god's energy beginning to detach and move toward him. The golden light enveloped Kaido, being absorbed into his body and further increasing his power. He slowly opened his eyes, a cold, determined gleam in his gaze. "Another one has fallen, now on to the next." Kaido dispelled the alternate dimension, the Colosseum disappearing in an instant and returning them to the Hall of Olympus. The gods present watched in shock, the tension in the air palpable. Dionysus was visibly frightened, his eyes wide as he looked at the spot where Apollo had fallen. He couldn't believe one of the gods of Olympus had been defeated so quickly and decisively. Athena was also surprised, her eyes fixed on Kaido as she tried to process what had just happened. She knew Kaido was powerful, but she hadn't imagined he could defeat Apollo so easily. Artemis, on the other hand, was consumed by rage. She stepped forward, her eyes filled with fury as she looked at her brother's lifeless body. "Brother," Artemis shouted, her voice full of pain and hatred. She raised her bow, aiming at Kaido, determined to avenge Apollo's death. Kaido looked at Artemis, a cold smile appearing on his face. "You seem surprised that I defeated Apollo so quickly. Perhaps you still don't know, but I've already killed Poseidon and absorbed his divinity, just as I did with Apollo," Kaido said, his gaze fixed on Athena as Artemis advanced, ready to fight. Artemis shot a series of light arrows toward Kaido. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kaido's spear, Vendetta, moved in front of him, spinning rapidly and deflecting all the arrows with ease. Clang, clang, clang. Athena watched the battle, Kaido's words echoing in her mind. He had killed Apollo and Poseidon and absorbed their powers. She looked at Artemis, who was determined to fight to the end, and something within her shifted. A smile began to form on her face, an idea taking shape in her mind. Athena silently approached Artemis from behind, while the goddess remained focused on Kaido. Without hesitation, she drew her sword and thrust it through Artemis's back. Shink. Artemis's eyes widened, shocked and surprised. She looked down, seeing the blade that pierced her, and tried to turn her head to see who had attacked her. Athena, Artemis murmured, her voice filled with pain and disbelief. Kaito was visibly confused, his expression revealing disbelief as he tried to understand Athena's actions. Why would she do this? Dionysus, watching everything, was so shocked that his hands began to tremble, and he dropped the wine cup he was holding, the red liquid spilling onto the floor as he murmured, This cannot be happening." Aphrodite, feeling a chill run down her spine, looked at Athena, a growing fear in her eyes. She couldn't understand how everything had spiraled so far out of control. Even the gods are turning against each other. Hephaestus watched the scene, a deep sense of understanding washing over him. Athena, she's willing to do anything to survive, even betray her own sister. Artemis's body began to dissolve into light, her divinity transferring to Athena. The golden light enveloped the goddess of wisdom, and her power grew as her expression became colder and more determined. Kaito watched in silence, his eyes fixed on Athena. He knew that the battle was only beginning and that the true confrontation with the gods of Olympus was yet to come. Athena looked at Kaito, a cold smile forming on her lips. "Thank you, Kaito. You gave me the idea of gaining power through the deaths of the other gods. Now we are equals." Kaito furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, he extended his hand in Dionysus's direction. An intense glow, like the sun, began to emanate from his palm. "I can kill them faster than you," Kaito said, his voice firm and challenging. Chapter 99. Kaito frowned, but before he could respond, he extended his hand toward Dionysus. A blinding light, like the sun, began to radiate from his palm. "I can kill them before you," Kaito said, his voice steady and defiant. FWOSH. A surge of energy burst from Kaito's hand, heading straight for Dionysus. The god of wine widened his eyes, a scream of despair escaping his lips. "No, it can't be," Dionysus screamed, his voice filled with sheer terror. He tried to move back, but the energy advanced too quickly. The fear on his face showed his helplessness in the face of imminent destruction. Boom! The energy hit Dionysus full force, and the impact was so devastating he barely had time to react. His body was thrown against the columns of the hall, and an intense light enveloped him until he began to dissolve into particles of light, his divinity absorbed by Kaito. Meanwhile, Athena turned her attention to Demeter. The goddess of the harvest was paralyzed, her eyes wide as she watched the chaos unfolding before her. Athena, now more powerful with Artemis's energy, walked toward her, determined to follow through with her plan. Demeter tried to retreat, but Athena was relentless. With a swift movement, she unsheathed her sword and struck. Slash! Demeter let out a muffled scream as she felt the blade pierce her body. Her gaze met Athena's, full of disbelief and pain. "Athena, why?" Demeter whispered, her voice weakening as the golden light of her divinity began to detach. Hephaestus watched, finally fully understanding what was happening. Athena is willing to kill every one of us to gather power and survive. She's using the same strategy as Kaito. The light enveloped Athena, increasing her power even further as Demeter faded into luminous particles. Athena's expression became even colder and more determined, her eyes gleaming with newly acquired power. Kaito watched in silence, now aware that Athena had become an even more dangerous opponent. The true confrontation with the gods of Olympus was just beginning, and both Kaito and Athena were willing to do anything to prevail. Hephaestus stood at the back, watching the scene with a mixture of fear and disbelief. He knew he was facing a no-win situation. Aphrodite was pale, her eyes fixed on the events, terrified by the betrayal of her own siblings. The tension in the air was palpable, and the silence among the remaining gods was almost deafening. Kaito, now even more powerful with Dionysus's energy, looked at Athena. They were equals, each determined to bring down the other and claim absolute power. The clash between them was just beginning, and Olympus's fate depended on the outcome of this battle. Athena raised her head, facing Kaito with a cold smile. "Your thirst for vengeance ends here, Kaito. I will be the only one to emerge victorious from this hall." Kaido responded with an intense look, his translucent wings beating gently. "We'll see, Athena. I came to destroy Olympus, and nothing will stop me." Aphrodite realized she would die if she didn't act. The fear in her eyes as she observed the destruction around her pushed her to move. Her thoughts were chaotic, and survival was the only thing on her mind. "I can't die here. I'm too beautiful to die." She ran toward Hephaestus, seeking a last hope of protection. Hephaestus saw Aphrodite approaching, his gaze remaining cold and indifferent. All the love he once felt for her had turned into hatred. Her betrayal with Ares, her former lover, had never been forgiven, and now, in the face of everything that was happening, he felt nothing but contempt. Kaido and Athena remained still, watching the scene. Both knew that Aphrodite and Hephaestus would not survive the day, but they were willing to watch as everything unfolded. Aphrodite finally reached Hephaestus, her voice desperate as she clung to his arm. "Dear husband, protect me." Hephaestus looked at her with disdain, and without hesitation, raised his hand and slapped Aphrodite. Slap! Aphrodite stumbled back, surprised, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Hephaestus, disbelief evident on her face. "You think you deserve my protection, Aphrodite? After everything you've done?" Hephaestus said, his voice laden with bitterness. "I'm not the fool you used to manipulate anymore. Today, you'll face the consequences of your actions." Aphrodite, still in shock, tried to appeal to him emotionally, her voice trembling as she approached Hephaestus again. "You loved me, Hephaestus. Please forgive me. Help me, as you've done so many times before. I know there's still love in your heart." Hephaestus looked at her coldly, his face hardened. "Love, maybe there was once, but everything I felt died along with the trust you destroyed. You deserve to know the truth before your end, Aphrodite." He took a step toward her, his eyes locked on hers. "I took part in Ares's death. I helped him be destroyed because he was just as responsible as you for everything that happened." Athena, who until then had kept her focus on Kaido, turned to Hephaestus, surprised. Her eyes met Kaido's, seeking confirmation. Kaido simply nodded slowly, his expression unchanged. "Yes, Hephaestus helped me. He wanted to see Ares dead just as much as I did." Aphrodite's face twisted in pain and rage, her eyes burning with hatred as she listened to Hephaestus's and Kaido's words. She let out a scream of despair, her voice filled with irrational fury. "Ares was always better than you. If he were to kill someone, he would do it alone. He would never side with the enemy like a coward." Hephaestus clenched his fists, his expression darkening as he listened to each insult. He looked at Aphrodite, his voice dark. "Enough, Aphrodite. Your words have no power over me anymore. Today, you'll face the consequences of your choices." Kaido, tired of the exchange between Hephaestus and Aphrodite, raised vendetta, his spirit spear, ready to end Hephaestus. He observed the god coldly, determined to finish what he had started. Hephaestus took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on Kaido. "Stay away from me, fairy," he growled, raising his hands in a defensive gesture. "I will kill you all. My weapons, the ones that helped massacre your kind, Kaido, they'll finish the job." Hephaestus's words didn't disturb Kaido. Although the god had helped kill Ares, Kaido had no connection or sympathy for him. Everything Hephaestus did was out of self-interest, and Kaido knew that. Determined not to fall without a fight, Hephaestus began tearing off the armor he was wearing. Clang! Crash! Metal pieces fell heavily to the ground, revealing something embedded in Hephaestus's flesh, difficult to identify but pulsating with a dark energy. Athena, Aphrodite, and Kaido exchanged glances, confused. None of them expected this reaction from Hephaestus, and that unknown object seemed to be the god of the forge's last card up his sleeve. "What is that?" Athena murmured, her eyes narrowing as she tried to understand what she was seeing. Aphrodite, still with tears in her eyes, watched with a mix of fear and curiosity. "Hephaestus, what have you done to yourself?" Hephaestus didn't answer. His expression was pure desperation and determination as he looked at Kaido and Athena, as if willing to sacrifice everything to avoid falling into their hands. Kaido raised his spear, ready to attack, but something in Hephaestus's stance made him hesitate for a moment. He could feel the dark, pulsating energy of the object embedded in the god's flesh, and it concerned him. Hephaestus's POV. The hatred burned within me, consuming every fiber of my being. I was always the smith, the one who worked in the shadows, creating weapons for others to wield while I was relegated to being just a tool. But now I am the one who will bring Olympus down. Aphrodite, the one I once loved, betrayed me without a second thought. She and Ares laughed at me, mocked the foolish smith who only knew how to work. All these gods, all of them, always saw me as inferior. But today, all that will change. I will bring every one of you down with me. The dark energy emanated from my chest, pulsating with a force that seemed fed by my own hatred and despair. It wasn't divine power. It wasn't something that belonged to Olympus. It was something else, something I created in secret, something that would ensure that if I fell, no one would emerge unscathed. My hands trembled as I felt the energy grow inside me, and an insane smile formed on my lips. I was ready to end them all, to make Olympus pay for every offense, every humiliation. They think they can underestimate me, that they can treat me as nothing. But I will prove otherwise. I will make each of them regret the day they dared to mock Hephaestus. I was no longer just the smith. I was the force that would bring down Olympus, and nothing, not even Cairo or Athena, would stop me. Chapter 100. Hephaestus felt the power growing in his chest, a dark energy that seemed to pulse in sync with his fury and despair. He knew there was no escape, and the only thing left was to take as many of his enemies as he could with him. The energy began to radiate from Hephaestus, growing more intense with each passing moment. Cairo realized that the situation was about to spiral out of control. Wasting no more time, he opened the dimension of the Colosseum, a portal materializing swiftly around him. SHUUM. Cairo grabbed Athena by the arm and, with an agile movement, pulled her with him into the dimension of the Colosseum. He could have escaped alone, but he had other plans for Athena. He wanted her divinity, and he knew he would have to kill her to obtain it. Aphrodite, seeing Hephaestus about to explode, felt fear grip her body. Her eyes widened as she watched Cairo and Athena disappear into the portal, leaving her behind with Hephaestus. "Beloved, don't do this. Remember that once you loved me," Aphrodite cried out, her voice filled with desperation and regret. Hephaestus ignored her words. His gaze was fixed on the void, his heart full of hate and determination. He felt nothing for Aphrodite anymore, only the desire to end everything. BOOM. The explosion was devastating, a wave of dark energy that spread through the entire hall of Olympus. The columns were destroyed, the ground cracked, and everything around was consumed by Hephaestus's power. Aphrodite was engulfed by the explosion, her desperate screams silenced as everything disintegrated around her. Zeus was in a distant part of Olympus, far from the hall where Hephaestus's explosion had occurred. He was gravely injured, his body marked by battles and his expression laden with pain. At his side, Aphes observed him with an indifferent look, without any sign of pity or remorse. Zeus watched Hera, his wife, disappear before his eyes. He felt the weight of loss, a pain that seemed deeper than any physical wound. His eyes turned to Aphes, filled with disbelief and despair. "Aphes, why are you doing this? What did I ever do to you?" Zeus shouted, his voice weak from his wounds. He had never done anything against Aphes, and could not understand the reason behind the fury of the infinite dragon goddess. Aphes remained silent for a moment, simply observing Zeus. She had nothing personal against him, all she wanted was Olympus for herself. She desired Olympus because she believed that only in a place like that could she find the absolute silence she so longed for. That was her sole objective. Zeus took a deep breath, feeling his strength fade. He knew there was no way to defeat Aphes, not in his current state. The only thing left was to protect what remained of his kingdom, even if it meant surrendering it to her. "Very well, Aphes. If it's Olympus you want, then it shall be yours," Zeus said, his voice filled with resignation. He knew it was the only way to prevent further destruction. Slowly, he raised his hand and made a magical vow. "I swear by the river Styx that I relinquish Olympus and pass my authority to Aphes." Boom! The sound of thunder echoed, as if signaling the vow had been sealed. Zeus's words echoed through the space, and a bright light began to envelop him. Energy emanated from his body, moving toward Ophis. Ophis watched as the light enveloped her, feeling the power of Olympus being transferred to her. She had no reason to refuse. After all, this had been her goal from the beginning. The light shone intensely around her, and Zeus's vow was sealed. Within the dimension of the Colosseum, Cairo and Athena faced each other. The atmosphere was charged, the tension palpable. The silence between them seemed to last an eternity until Athena finally broke it. "Why did you save me, Cairo?" Athena asked, her voice full of confusion. She didn't understand why Cairo had pulled her out of Olympus, especially after all he had said about destroying the gods. Cairo observed her for a moment before answering, his eyes cold and calculating. "I didn't do it to save you, Athena. I have other plans for you. I need your divinity, and the only way to get it is by killing you." Athena's eyes widened, surprised by Cairo's blunt response. She knew he was dangerous, but she hadn't expected him to be so direct in his intentions. Her body tensed, and she gripped her sword tighter, ready to fight for her life. "So that's it, you brought me here to kill me," Athena said, her gaze growing more serious. "If you think it will be easy, you're very mistaken. I won't fall without a fight." Cairo smiled, his translucent wings extending as he prepared for combat. "I don't expect it to be easy, Athena, but I will get what I want, no matter the cost." Athena struck first, her spear shining with intense energy as she aimed directly at Cairo. He dodged skillfully, his wings beating strongly to evade the attack. Cairo then countered with vendetta, his spirit lance, aiming at Athena's chest. Clang! Athena blocked the blow with her shield, the impact reverberating through the Colosseum. She pressed against Cairo, trying to push him back, but he was agile, dodging her strikes effortlessly. The battle continued, both exchanging swift and precise attacks, each trying to find an opening in the other's defense. Swish! Cairo moved with agility, spinning vendetta and attempting to strike Athena from behind, but she ducked in time, countering with a side strike. He dodged again, his wings vibrating as he stepped back, keeping a safe distance. Huffy! Huffy! Athena breathed heavily, feeling exhaustion begin to take over her body. She knew she couldn't falter, but Cairo was fast and relentless, each of his moves showing a clear intent to end her life. She raised her sword once more, determined to fight to the end. Cairo decided it was time to use his full power. He closed his eyes briefly, connecting to the essence of nature around him. Suddenly, vines emerged from the Colosseum floor, intertwining and advancing toward Athena. Crack! Swish! The vines wrapped around Athena, binding her arms and legs. She struggled to free herself, but the strength of the plants was irresistible. Cairo looked at her, his eyes gleaming with a mix of fury and determination. "I am a fairy, Athena. I control nature." Athena, breathing heavily, raised her head to face Cairo. Her eyes were full of pain, but also something else, a plea for understanding. "Would you believe me if I said I had nothing to do with the massacre of the fairies?" Athena asked, her voice trembling but firm. Cairo remained expressionless, his gaze cold and implacable. "All gods are guilty," he replied, his voice laden with hatred. Cairo did not hesitate. He advanced, raising vendetta, and with a precise move, pierced Athena's chest. Shink. Athena's eyes widened, feeling the blade pierce her body. The pain was immediate and intense, but at the same time, a strange feeling of relief washed over her. Her body began to glow, transforming into pure energy as her divinity was transferred to Cairo. Cairo watched as Athena's body dissolved into particles of light, her divinity flowing into him. He closed his eyes, feeling her power merge with his own, further increasing his strength. When all the energy was absorbed, he opened his eyes, an intense glow emanating from his irises. Cairo then raised his hand, and with a firm gesture, dissolved the dimension of the Colosseum. The marble columns began to disintegrate, turning into particles of light carried away by the wind. The sandy ground disappeared, giving way to the void that preceded the return to the original reality. Olympus lay in ruins after Hephaestus's explosion. Among the debris, Ophis remained silent, her expression blank as she surveyed the destruction around her. Cairo approached, still feeling Athena's energy merge with his power. "Did you kill Zeus?" Kaido asked, his gaze fixed on Ophis. There was a mix of expectation and apprehension in his voice. Ophis, without changing her expression, replied calmly, "I let him go. He already gave me what I wanted." Kaido frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Ophis's decision, but restrained himself. He knew that confronting her directly would be imprudent, even suicidal. "It's time for you to leave as well and let me have my silence," Ophis said, her voice serene but weighted with an unmistakable authority. She didn't need to explain further. Her desire had always been to find a place of absolute peace, and Olympus was now hers. Kaido kept his gaze fixed on Ophis for another moment before taking a deep breath. Without saying a word, he prepared to leave. SHUUM. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet, shining intensely before Kaido disappeared, leaving Ophis alone among the ruins of Olympus. The infinite dragon goddess looked around, finally finding the silence she had longed for. Chapter 101. Heading to the Chaos Brigade's hideout. Kaido materialized inside the Chaos Brigade's hideout. SHUUM. The hideout was a dark and chaotic place, with stone walls and scattered objects that denoted a space hastily occupied. Inside were Thalia, Zenobia, and Kuroka. The girls appeared worried, although Zenobia seemed calmer. Kuroka, on the other hand, clearly displayed her nervousness. Thalia, besides being worried, showed an evident expression of irritation. The reason for her irritation was obvious. Kaido had gone to face Zeus and hadn't taken her along. She always hated being left behind, especially in matters that affected her directly. Thalia was the first to approach, her eyes fixed on Kaido, a mix of disapproval and expectation in her gaze. "Did you manage to kill Zeus?" "Many gods died today. Unfortunately, Zeus was not one of them," Kaido replied, his tone calm but carrying a touch of disappointment. He knew Thalia had a personal desire to see Zeus defeated and was annoyed for missing the chance. Thalia said nothing further and stepped away, the tension in the room increasing with her cold attitude. Kaido sighed internally, aware of how difficult it was to deal with Thalia's expectations. He could feel her latent frustration and knew she was venting on him more for not achieving what she wanted than for his decision. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Kuroka approached Kaido and, to his surprise, hugged him tightly. The embrace surprised Kaido. Despite Kuroka being playful and extroverted, they had never gotten this close before. Kuroka usually kept her teasing lighthearted, but this gesture felt different, more laden with relief and genuine emotion. "I'm so glad you're back safe, Naya," she said, her voice almost a purr of satisfaction as she clung to him. "Where's Ophis?" Kaido smiled, slightly disconcerted by the unexpected gesture of affection. "Ophis kicked me out of Olympus. She wanted to enjoy the silence." Kuroka let out a small laugh, still not letting go. "You're lucky, she could have killed you." Her words were heavy but true, and Kaido knew it. Kuroka released Kaido and stepped back, still smiling as if her nervousness had been partially dispelled by the touch. The gesture, however, was noticed by the others, and he caught a brief glimpse of curiosity in Zenovia's eyes. Zenobia, who was nearby, nodded to Kaido respectfully, saying nothing but showing her silent support. She was always more about action than words, and her gaze clearly conveyed her trust in him regardless of the battle's outcome. Thalia looked at Kaido again, curiosity finally surpassing irritation. Why did the other gods die, but Zeus escaped? Kaido sighed, realizing he needed to explain what had happened. Zeus handed Olympus over to Ophis. Since it was what she wanted, she let him go. Thalia smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on her face. Now she would have the opportunity to kill him with her own hands. "You seem happy that he's alive. I thought you wanted him dead," Kaido remarked, looking at Thalia. "I'm happy because now I can do it myself, but where is he?" Thalia replied, her gaze steady. Zeus could be anywhere in the world. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to determine his whereabouts. The truth was, Kaido had no idea. "Try praying to him. He's a god and you're his daughter. Maybe he'll give you his address," Kaido said with a hint of irony. Thalia, Kuroka, and Zenobia immediately reacted, clearly disapproving of the suggestion. You're joking, right? I'd never do that. Praying to him would be like accepting that he still has power over me, Thalia said, her voice filled with anger. Kuroka shook her head, disapproving of the idea. Naya, that's ridiculous, Kaido. Praying to him would only make him stronger. I don't want to give Zeus even a speck of power. Her tone was clearly irritated, and her ears and tail swayed in disapproval. Zenobia crossed her arms, looking at Kaido with a serious expression. I was an exorcist, and although I'm now a devil, I still respect my old faith. I won't pray to a pagan god, let alone Zeus. That would be a betrayal of my principles. Kaido noticed their reactions and let out a small smile. Relax, I was just joking. It might not have been funny, but it was just Kaido's way of teasing. Or maybe he was serious, but no one would ever know for sure. Now stop looking at me like that and give me some alternatives, Kaido said. Maybe Hades is an alternative. He's the god of the dead. He must be in the underworld and Zeus could be with him, Thalia suggested. Kaido considered the possibility. There was a huge difference between the mythology found in books and the truth. Maybe Zeus and Hades could have a good relationship, and the fact was that Kaido hadn't killed Hades. Before they could move forward with the idea, Kuroka interrupted their reasoning. Forget it, Naya. It's impossible for Hades to help Zeus or for Zeus to seek help from Hades. Thalia and Kaido exchanged glances upon hearing Kuroka's words. How do you know that? Thalia asked, frowning. Kuroka just smiled, her gaze mischievous. Naya, I have my sources, don't worry about it. Kaido sighed, knowing that despite the limitations, they would need a new plan. Finding Zeus wouldn't be easy, but he was confident that, in time, they would track down the king of gods and complete their mission. In the meantime, the tension between them remained, each with their own motivations and desires for revenge. Kaido decided to step away from the girls to seek an alternative. Excuse me, I need to make a call that might solve our problems, he said, leaving the hideout and heading to the surrounding forest. Extending his hand, he conjured a communication spell. A hologram appeared, and on the other side was Surzech Lucifer. Surzech, Ria's brother, seemed to have been expecting the call. Finally, you called me. You're looking for Zeus's location, aren't you? Surzech said with a slight smile. Kaido was surprised by how quickly news traveled, but that was good for him as it facilitated the conversation. You're right, Surzech, and judging by your tone, you know where he is, Kaido replied, straight to the point. Surzech nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Zeus is hiding with an old lover. I'll send you the coordinates. But be careful, Kaido. He's vulnerable, but he's still Zeus. Never underestimate the power of a god, even in hiding. Kaido nodded, determined. He was willing to do whatever it took to complete his mission. Thanks, Surzech. I'll end this once and for all. Via. Kaido pulled his phone out of his pocket, glancing at the vibrating screen. It was a message from Romania, specifically Transylvania. The name referred to Adelaide Van Helsing. Kaido frowned as he read the message, clearly annoyed. He didn't want to get involved with vampires or hunters, especially at a time like this. He sighed, putting the phone back in his pocket. Vampires, Kaido muttered, his expression growing more serious. Vampires, werewolves, hunters. I recommend not doing this alone, but you should also avoid involving Rias in your matters, Surzech said, his voice carrying a tone of warning. Kaido didn't need to hear the warning about Rias, as he had no intention of involving her anyway. He nodded silently, aware that Surzech was merely trying to protect her. Surzech ended the magical communication, the hologram disappearing. He had passed on the address, now it was up to Kaido. Kaido returned to the hideout. Thalia, Kuroka, and Zenobia were there, all with expectant looks, waiting for news. Thalia maintained a serious expression, but there was a glimmer of determination in her eyes. She wanted revenge against Zeus, and now she knew Kaido had a lead. Kuroka seemed calmer, but her eyes still showed curiosity and concern. Zenobia, always the most composed, simply waited patiently, trusting Kaido. We have Zeus's location, Kaido said, breaking the silence. Let's get ready. Chapter 102. Kuroka seemed calmer, but her eyes still showed curiosity and concern. Zenobia, always the more reserved, just waited patiently, trusting Kaido. "We have Zeus's address," Kaido said, breaking the silence. "Let's get ready." Thalia was the first to respond, determination shining in her eyes. "I was born ready for this." Zenobia, by her side, also showed her sword, a silent gesture that demonstrated her readiness for battle. Kaido was pleased with their attitude. He knew he could count on Thalia and Zenobia to face any challenge that lay ahead. Kuroka, however, was not part of Kaido's peerage, and he ignored her at that moment, focusing on those who were officially by his side. "Cough. Naya, aren't you forgetting me?" Kuroka said, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. Kaido looked at Kuroka, clearly confused. "You want to come too?" It was natural for Kaido to have doubts about Kuroka. After all, she had never shown interest in joining his peerage. Kuroka crossed her arms, a slightly challenging smile appearing on her lips. "I've decided to help you guys, Naya, and if you defeat Zeus and still want me, I'll join your peerage." Kaido didn't know exactly the reason for Kuroka's change in attitude, but he wasn't going to reject the offer. He smiled, satisfied with her decision. "All right, Kuroka, it'll be good to have you by our side." Thalia rolled her eyes, clearly impatient. "All right, now tell me where he is." Kaido nodded. "Transylvania, he's with a lover." Thalia frowned, her expression becoming even more determined. "If she gets in the way, she'll die too." Kaido found Thalia's violent attitude amusing, a smile forming on his lips as he watched the girl's relentless determination. SHUUM. Kaido, Thalia, Zenobia, and Kuroka teleported to Transylvania, a magic circle glowing beneath their feet as they disappeared from the hideout. They materialized in a dense and dark forest, the tall trees blocking most of the moonlight. The air was cold and damp, and the silence around them was only interrupted by the distant sounds of nocturnal animals. "Transylvania is full of castles. He must be in one of them," Kaido said, looking around attentively. "Let's move on." Without hesitation, Kuroka, Thalia, and Zenobia followed Kaido through the forest. As they walked, Kaido used his senses enhanced by the divine powers he had absorbed after killing the gods. He could feel Zeus's energy and knew it wouldn't be long before they found him. Thalia was visibly tense. Her eyes reflected determination, but also the weight of expectation. She knew the moment she had long awaited was near, finally facing her father, Zeus, and killing him. The thought made her heart beat faster, a mix of anger and anxiety taking over her. Kaido noticed Thalia's expression and decided to speak. "If you want to sit this one out, I won't be upset. I understand that." "No," Thalia interrupted him, her voice firm. "I'm in, and don't even think about stopping me." Kaido nodded, respecting her determination. "All right, I trust you, but the final blow is mine." As the group walked through the forest, Kuroka couldn't help but wonder about Zeus's lover. She knew they were dealing with Adelaide Van Helsing, but that was all the information she had. The lack of details made her uneasy. "Who exactly is this lover of Zeus?" Kuroka asked, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. "Adelaide Van Helsing, but I don't know much about her, just that she's his lover," Kaido replied, trying to stay calm. Kuroka snorted, clearly disappointed. "So we're going in blind, Naya. This isn't good, Kaido. We should know more." Kaido wanted to scold Kuroka, but he knew she was right. The lack of information was a risk. However, he decided to stay quiet, recognizing that there wasn't much he could do at that moment. "It doesn't matter who she is," Thalia said, her voice cold. "If she stands in our way, she'll meet the same fate as Zeus." Zenobia, as usual, remained silent. She focused on the mission, following the group through the forest with her sword in hand, ready for whatever came their way. As they continued to advance, the sounds of the forest began to change. Branches snapping and heavy footsteps mixed with the sounds of nocturnal animals. Kaido felt a different presence, something that wasn't human. "We're being watched," he murmured, his eyes scanning the darkness around them. Zenobia tightened her grip on her sword, her senses sharpening. "Vampires, werewolves." "Maybe both," Kaido replied. "Transylvania is famous for these creatures, and with Zeus here, I wouldn't be surprised if he's made alliances with them." Kuroka looked around, her ears moving restlessly. So we're going to have some extra fun, Naya. I hope they're more challenging than they look. Kaido stopped for a moment, closing his eyes and concentrating on his sensory abilities. The energies around them were distinct, some hostile, others just curious. He opened his eyes, his expression becoming serious. Get ready, something's coming. As soon as Kaido spoke, figures began emerging from the darkness of the forest. Fierce-looking vampires and werewolves with glowing eyes slowly approached, surrounding the group. There was a tension in the air, as if each side was waiting for the other to make the first move. I'll take care of them, Kaido. You and Thalia save your energy for Zeus, Kuroka said, advancing without hesitation toward the approaching werewolves. Wham! Kuroka delivered a kick to the face of the first werewolf that approached, the impact sending the creature flying backward with a furious growl. Come here, puppy, she taunted, a mischievous smile forming on her lips as more werewolves surrounded her, growling and baring their teeth. Grrr. Ow. Kaido watched the scene with a mix of disdain and curiosity. The werewolves' lack of rationality was something that bothered him. They acted purely on instinct, without any strategy or planning. To Kaido, such creatures were just minor obstacles in his mission. 4 werewolves surrounded Kuroka, advancing simultaneously. She moved with agility, dodging their claws and teeth, her precise strikes easily tearing the enemy's flesh. Slash. Thud. Kuroka struck one of the werewolves, slashing its chest with her sharp claws. Blood splattered as the creature fell to the ground, letting out a final growl before losing its life. Too weak, Naya, she muttered, her expression showing boredom as she watched the remaining werewolves hesitate before attacking again. Zenobia watched Kuroka fight and then turned to Kaido. Can I handle the vampires? Kaido nodded, allowing Zenobia to take the lead against the approaching vampires. Zenobia unsheathed Excalibur, its blade glowing intensely in the darkness of the forest. The vampires growled at the sight of the sacred sword, their red eyes fixed on the warrior who advanced against them. Whoosh! Zenobia moved quickly, Excalibur's blade cutting through the air in a powerful arc. The first vampire tried to dodge, but was hit on the shoulder, crying out in pain as the sacred glow of the sword burned his flesh. Shink. Another vampire tried to attack Zenobia from behind, but she spun quickly, blocking the attack with her blade and then countering with a fatal blow that pierced the creature's heart. Thud! The vampire fell to the ground, turning to ashes almost instantly. Zenobia continued advancing, her movements precise and lethal. She showed no mercy, each strike delivered with the intent of eliminating her enemies quickly. The vampires, though fierce, couldn't match Zenovia's strength and skill, especially with Excalibur in her hands. Clang! Slash! The battle continued for a few more minutes, until all the vampires surrounding the group were defeated. Zenobia took a deep breath, sheathing her sword as she looked at Kaido, indicating that the path was clear. Kaido nodded, satisfied with the performance of both. He turned to Thalia, who watched everything with an even stronger expression of determination. Let's go, Zeus awaits us. Kaido led the group toward the castle, guided by the divine energy he felt coming from a specific direction. As they approached, the dense trees of the forest began to clear, revealing a large castle on top of a hill. The castle was imposing, its tall towers standing out against the night sky, while the moonlight bathed its stone walls. Kaido stopped in front of the castle, his eyes fixed on the imposing structure. This is it, I can feel the divine power. Zeus is inside. Chapter 103. Kaido stopped in front of the castle, his eyes fixed on the imposing structure. This is it, I can feel the divine power. Zeus is inside. The sky, already cloudy, suddenly grew even more ominous. The clouds darkened, swirling slowly as if a storm were about to break loose. Lightning began to gather, briefly illuminating the night sky with white and golden flashes. Zeus is sending us a welcoming gift, Kaido said, a slight touch of irony in his voice. Correct. Boom. A bolt of lightning fell directly toward Kaido. Before the attack could reach him, Thalia raised her hand and redirected the lightning toward herself. Her eyes shone with intense light, and an aura of power emanated from her body. Thalia smiled, her lips curving into a challenging expression. "This is the best gift I could receive." Kaito looked at Thalia, fully aware of her power. She was a daughter of Zeus, with the ability to control lightning, and nothing would satisfy her more than using this ability against her own father. Zeus appeared in an instant outside the castle, emerging amidst the swirling clouds. His imposing figure was surrounded by golden lightning. He stared at Thalia, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of authority and coldness. Thalia returned the stare, her gaze full of anger and determination. Kaito narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the interaction between father and daughter. He knew that this moment was important for Thalia, and he was willing to let her take the lead. "Thalia, my daughter, why do you turn against me? I am your father, the Lord of the Skies." Zeus's voice was deep, full of authority. Thalia took a step forward, her face showing an expression of disdain. "You were never a father to me, Zeus. You only cared about your own power and ambition. Today, you will pay for everything you have done." Zeus raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming on his lips. "Do you really think you can face me, Thalia? I am a god." Thalia raised her hand, lightning dancing between her fingers. "And I am your daughter. I will prove that you are not invincible." Zeus shifted his gaze from Thalia to Kaito. Something about Kaito's presence seemed familiar, and Zeus remembered seeing him on Olympus with off-eyes. There was something different about his appearance, something that stirred a vague and unsettling memory. Zeus narrowed his eyes, trying to decipher what was in front of him. I have seen you before, on Olympus, but there is something about you that seems even more familiar. Who are you really?" Kaito gave a slight smile, not averting his gaze. "I'm no one important, but my mother Zeus, you knew her." Zeus frowned, trying to remember. Something about Kaito's appearance bothered him. Then, an old memory surfaced in his mind, and he murmured a name, almost like a whisper. "Lena." Kaito kept a firm gaze, but did not reply immediately, allowing the tension to linger in the air. Zeus seemed troubled, his expression alternating between doubt and recognition. Kaito turned to Kuroka and Zenobia, who were prepared for the confrontation. "Kuroka, Zenobia, slaughter everyone in this castle," Kaito said with determination. He then raised his hand, and in an instant, a huge magic circle appeared around him, Thalia, and Zeus. The Colosseum dimension opened, isolating them completely. SHUUM. The scenery around them changed drastically. Instead of the castle courtyard, they were now in a large Colosseum, with empty stands and the sound of the wind echoing through the stone bleachers. The walls were high, and the arena was surrounded by imposing pillars emanating a faint magical energy. Zeus looked around, ignoring the change in setting, and addressed Kaito. "So you are the son of Lena and that human, and all this is for revenge." Kaito took a step forward, his expression determined. His translucent fairy wings emerged, glowing under the light of the lightning still echoing in the dark sky. His short blonde hair and dark formal attire stood out even more in his fairy form. Killing someone who massacred an entire race is not revenge, it's justice. Thalia raised her arm, a bright red glow covering her body as she activated her balance breaker. The boosted gear's scale mail armor covered her, drastically increasing her strength. She looked at Zeus, her eyes glowing with controlled hatred. "You won't defeat me, father. Not today." Zeus watched his daughter and Kaito, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. "That won't be enough." Kaito was confident. He had absorbed all the divine powers of the gods he had slain, and beyond that, he had a final trump card, his spear, Vendetta, capable of turning anything it touched to stone. Kaito stomped the ground. Thud. Vines emerged from the earth towards Zeus, advancing quickly like serpents. Zeus, however, activated a lightning shield around him, destroying the vines before they could reach him. Thalia shot a red bolt of lightning from her gauntlet towards Zeus. Zap! Zeus raised his hand and blocked the attack, dissipating the energy with a firm motion. Zeus looked at the smoke on his hand, with a mocking smile. "Congratulations, my daughter. Your blow could disintegrate a mountain." Thalia clearly showed her disgust at being complimented by Zeus. Her gaze narrowed, and her eyes shone with a mixture of hatred and determination. Kaido remained calm. He knew that facing Zeus would not be easy, but he trusted in Thalia's strength and his own abilities. Zeus took a step forward, his expression growing more serious. Now it's my turn. Cracked. Zeus punched the air, and a bolt of lightning exploded towards Thalia and Kaido, cutting through the Colosseum sky with a deafening sound. Boom! Kaido quickly transformed his ring of green pearls into a shield, which materialized in front of him with an intense glow. Clang! The lightning struck the shield with force, pushing Kaido back several meters but causing no damage. The shield held firm, protecting both him and Thalia. Zeus watched with a curious expression. That shield is quite impressive, Zeus said, with a tone of mild approval. Kaido remained silent, his eyes fixed on Zeus. He then transformed the shield again, this time into a spear that materialized in his hand with a silver glow. A golden aura began to envelop Kaido's body, enhancing his presence and power. Zeus watched closely, recognizing the energy emanating from Kaido. You really killed many of my children. Even my brother was slain by you. To think that the bitch of your mother would still cause me trouble even after death, by bringing you into the world. Kaido clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. Do not speak of my mother with your filthy mouth. With the spear in hand, Kaido charged at Zeus, determined to finish him once and for all. Whoosh! Kaido moved quickly, his figure wrapped in the golden aura as he advanced. The tip of the spear aimed precisely for Zeus's eyes with deadly accuracy. Swish! Zeus stepped back at the last moment, avoiding the strike that passed dangerously close to his eyes. This weapon can hurt me. This boy has a strength equivalent to 80% of mine. If he were more experienced, it would be a big problem. Zeus dodged Kaido's spear, and in a swift movement, threw a powerful punch at the young man. Wham! The punch landed on Kaido, sending him backward. Before Zeus could advance further, Thalia appeared behind Kaido, her arm extended towards Zeus's face. ZZZT. A bolt of lightning was about to hit Zeus's face, forcing him to make a quick decision. If I continue my attack, that bolt will hit me, Zeus thought, aware of the imminent threat. In response, Zeus expanded his aura, creating a powerful explosion of energy around him. Boom! The shockwave pushed both Kaido and Thalia, throwing them several meters away. The force of the explosion was immense, making the ground tremble under the impact. Thud! Kaido hit the ground hard, his spear, Vendetta, slipping from his hand and falling at Zeus's feet. Thalia was also thrown, her armor absorbing part of the impact but leaving her visibly shaken. Zeus looked at the spear at his feet, a cold smile forming on his lips as he watched the two slowly getting up, still determined to continue the fight. Interesting. I never imagined I would have in my hands such a powerful weapon, something that surpasses even those forged by Hephaestus. Zeus picked up the spear from the ground, the weapon's glow reflecting in his eyes. Kaido, seeing Zeus holding his spear, shouted angrily. Drop my spear, Zeus. You are not worthy of touching it. Thalia watched Kaido's reaction but remained silent, her eyes fixed on her father. Zeus let out a low laugh, his voice filled with contempt. What a shame! To think that this child brought so much trouble for me and Olympus. And now look at you, trying to fight a god with weapons you cannot even hold. Chapter 104. Zeus let out a low laugh, his voice filled with disdain. What a shame! To think that this child has caused so many problems for me and Olympus. And now, look at you, trying to fight a god with weapons you can't even wield. Kaido stepped in front of Thalia, staring at Zeus with eyes full of determination. I told you to drop my spear. WHIRR. Several tree roots sprouted from the ground toward Zeus, growing rapidly like serpents seeking their target. Zeus looked at Kaido's attack with disdain. He extended his free hand, creating an electric barrier around himself. Crackle. Boom. The roots collided with the electric barrier, which remained intact while the roots were burned and destroyed by the energy. Is that all your rage can do? Zeus taunted, his voice full of arrogance. Kaido gritted his teeth, focusing his energy on the spear held by Zeus. The spear reacted to Kaido's mental command, moving and cutting Zeus's hand. Zeus let out a grunt of pain as a shallow cut appeared on his palm. Zeus gripped the spear tightly, preventing it from escaping his grasp. "You managed to hurt me, but that's nothing." Kaito smiled, a confident glint in his eyes. "Wrong, that's all I need." Zeus narrowed his eyes, clearly suspicious of what Kaito meant. Zeus felt a tingling in his hand and looked down, seeing something unbelievable. His hand was slowly turning to stone, starting at the point where the spear had cut him. The transformation spread, hardening his skin and immobilizing him. Zeus instinctively released the spear, the weapon falling to the ground with a dull sound. Clang! The spear quickly flew back into Kaito's hands, moving as if it had a life of its own. Whoosh! Zeus looked at his hand, now completely turned to stone. Without hesitation, he tore off half of his own arm, breaking it as if it were merely a disposable part of his body. Crack! Thud! The stone arm fell to the ground, and Zeus observed it coldly before turning his gaze back to Kaito and Thalia. Both showed no signs of surprise. They had expected Zeus to react drastically. However, something wasn't right. Zeus expected his arm to begin regenerating immediately, but nothing happened. He frowned, realizing that, unlike what he thought, although the petrification had been stopped, his body was not regenerating. Zeus looked at Kaito, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. Kaito took a step forward, a cold smile on his face. "I told you that was all I needed." Zeus was furious. The impossibility of regenerating his arm filled him with rage. He couldn't believe that a mere human had managed to cause him so much damage. "I'll kill you, human," Zeus roared, his voice echoing through the Colosseum as lightning gathered around him, ready to be unleashed in a devastating attack. Kaito looked at Thalia, who was panting beside him, clearly exhausted from using the boosted gear. She still had the power to boost, but her body was reaching its limit. "Your father is really angry now, huh?" Kaito said in a light tone, trying to ease the tension. "He's not my father, and I can't boost anymore," Thalia replied, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Kaito nodded, looking at Zeus. "That's fine, it's all or nothing now. I'm going to use all my power, and you're going to transfer all the magic you've accumulated to me." Thalia watched him, concern evident on her face. "Are you sure your body can handle that much power, Kaito?" Kaito smiled. "We have no choice, trust me." Zeus, using his only hand, began to concentrate energy. Lightning condensed in his palm, creating an intense and threatening glow. Kaito stepped in front of Thalia, holding his spear. The demonic magic began circulating within his body, while the divine power he had absorbed from the Greek gods made his body glow with a golden light. "Final form, Fairy King's sword," Kaito said, his spear transforming into a sword, emitting an intense silvery glow. Zeus released his lightning toward Kaito. Boom! Kaito advanced with his sword in hand, cutting through the air with a powerful sound. Whoosh! Transfer! Thalia and Drake shouted simultaneously, their voices echoing as all the accumulated power was transferred to Kaito. Kaito's body glowed intensely, his power multiplying. He felt the energy flowing through his veins, every fiber of his being vibrating with the strength he had received. Kaito, even from a distance, swung his sword toward Zeus. Swish! Zeus's lightning was split in half by the blade of the sword, the energy dividing in two directions. However, even split, the lightning continued toward Kaito, illuminating the Colosseum with an intense glow. Thalia watched, her eyes wide as the blinding light engulfed the arena. All she could see was Kaito being struck by the lightning. Crash! The reality of the Colosseum's dimension began to shatter like glass. Fragments of the scenario fell around, while the artificial environment crumbled, revealing the true nature of the battle. The Colosseum, once imposing, now shattered into pieces, the sound echoing like a storm of breaking glass. Outside, Kuroka was amidst the ruined castle, with Zenobia by her side. The scene was grim, crumbling walls, stones scattered across the ground, and the smell of smoke and destruction in the air. Corpses were strewn everywhere, remnants of the enemies they had faced. Kuroka held Adelaide's head in her hand, her gaze fixed in the void as she breathed deeply, still alert. Zenobia, beside her, kept her sword drawn, ready for any surprise. Kuroka and Zenobia looked toward the space where Kaido, Thalia, and Zeus had disappeared. The fragments of the destroyed dimension began to dissipate, and the group finally reappeared. The only thing visible amid the rising dust was the silhouette of Thalia, Kaido, and Zeus, surrounded by the thick cloud of debris. Zeus stood still, with no lightning around him, his expression still one of surprise. When the dust finally settled, Kaido's figure was still standing, his sword stuck in the ground, his body covered in burns but with a determined smile on his face. "Don't worry, Thalia, I won't die yet." Thalia couldn't contain her happiness at seeing Kaido safe. Her eyes shone, and an immense smile appeared on her face as she breathed in relief. Kaido stood up with difficulty, and with one last powerful blow, split Zeus's body in half. Slash! Zeus had no time to react. His body split in two and fell heavily to the ground. Thalia dismissed the crimson armor around her body, letting the boosted gear's energy fade away as her body relaxed. Zeus's corpse began to dissolve, transforming into a golden light that rose into the air and flowed toward Kaido, enveloping him in a warm glow. The light was absorbed by Kaido, and he felt a new energy incorporating into his body. However, the battle had taken its toll. Kaido fell to the ground, unconscious, exhaustion finally taking over his body. Thalia, Zenobia, and Kuroka immediately ran toward him. Kuroka dropped Adelaide's head, letting it fall to the ground without caring, as she rushed to assist Kaido. "Kaido!" Thalia shouted, kneeling beside him, her voice full of concern. Zenobia, her sword now sheathed, quickly approached, her expression determined. They needed to ensure Kaido's safety because, despite everything, he had managed to defeat Zeus. And above all, he was too important to them. Chapter 105. Awakening of Kaido. A week after the battle. Kaido opened his eyes, his vision blurry as he tried to adjust to his surroundings. He found himself in an unfamiliar room with cold stone walls and dim light filtering through a small window in the corner. His head throbbed, as if an enormous weight was pressing down on his skull. What an infernal pain. Where am I? Kaido thought, raising one hand to his forehead in an attempt to ease the throbbing. He struggled to get up, but his body was still weak, his muscles heavy after a long period of inactivity. Looking around, he realized he was completely alone. The place seemed deserted and mysterious. The pain in his head began to subside as he slowly sat up in bed. His memory was foggy, flashes of the battle against Zeus crossing his mind, bringing back intense memories of the effort he made to defeat him. "Zeus, did I do it?" he thought, his thoughts still scrambled. Kaido tried to stand up again, this time with more success, his feet touching the cold floor as he leaned against the wall to stay upright. He needed to know where he was. He needed to find Thalia, Kuroka, and Zenobia. They were important, and he had no idea what had happened after the collapse of the Colosseum dimension. Slowly walking toward the door of the room, Kaido turned the handle and opened it carefully. Click! As soon as he opened the door, Kaido heard voices coming from somewhere further away, probably from a floor below. He immediately recognized the voices of Thalia and Zenobia. They were close, and it brought a momentary relief to his heart. Kaido took a few steps down the hallway, trying to support himself against the walls as he walked. The voices grew clearer as he approached a staircase. Suddenly, Thalia looked up and saw Kaido. Her eyes widened, and without hesitation, she started running towards him. "Kito!" Thalia shouted, climbing the stairs quickly, almost tripping in her haste. Zenobia also started running behind Thalia, though more quietly, an evident look of relief on her face. Thalia was the first to reach Kaido, wrapping him in a tight hug. Her breathing was fast, and she seemed to hold back tears. "I'm fine," said Kaido, trying to reassure her, despite still feeling weak. Right behind her, Zenobia arrived and, without saying anything, placed her hand on Kaido's shoulder, showing her silent support. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed down the hallway. "Naya, you took your time waking up," said Kuroka, appearing at the bottom of the stairs with a mischievous smile. Kaido gave a tired but content smile, happy to see that everyone was okay. They helped Kaido back to the room. Thalia and Zenobia supported him as he moved slowly until they reached the bed, where they helped him sit down. Thalia and Zenobia settled next to him, while Kuroka remained by the door, watching. "How long was I unconscious, and what happened to Zeus?" Kaido asked, looking at the three of them. Thalia sighed before answering. "You were out for a week, Kaido. After you defeated Zeus, you absorbed his divine power." Zenobia added, with a slight smile, "It was crazy, but we made it." Kuroka nodded, still leaning against the door. "You made quite a mess, Naya, but what's important is that you came back to us." "And what about the repercussions of Zeus' death? How is the world reacting?" Kuroka smiled mischievously before answering. "I spread some information around. Most people believe that Aphes killed Zeus and the other Olympian gods. And since Aphes is living in Olympus, it wasn't hard to make everyone believe that." Kaido remained silent for a moment, processing what Kuroka had said. He then nodded, a subtle smile appearing on his face. "That's convenient. With everyone thinking Aphes is behind it, we can avoid unnecessary problems." Thalia frowned but soon agreed. "It's better this way. At least for now, no one will come after you for revenge." Kaido looked directly at Thalia, pausing before speaking. "You're right, but tell me, Thalia, didn't you feel anything about killing him? After all, he was your father and now he's dead." Thalia was silent for a moment, reflecting on Kaido's question. Finally, she looked up, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "No sadness. He was never a father to me. I just felt that I did what had to be done." Kaido nodded, understanding her words. "I understand. For me, it was a sense of satisfaction. A mission accomplished. It was revenge for my biological parents, for my race that he massacred." Kuroka smiled, satisfied with Kaido's response, her gaze showing approval. "That's right, Kaido. Vengeance for those who can no longer fight." Kuroka then looked at Thalia and Zenobia, her expression changing to one of impatience. "Now, you two out of here. He needs rest." Thalia and Zenobia exchanged glances but didn't argue. They got up and began to leave the room. Click. Kuroka locked the door behind them, turning to Kaido with a mischievous smile. "Now it's just you and me, Naya." She approached slowly, her playful gaze as she sat next to Kaido, watching him intently, as if trying to gauge his condition. "You're not getting rid of me that easily, you know." Kaido looked into Kuroka's eyes, curious, assessing her intentions. A smile played on his lips. "Naughty cat," he murmured, his voice laden with a mix of exhaustion and teasing. Kuroka laughed softly, leaning in a bit closer. Without hesitation, she gently pushed him back onto the bed, making him lie down. Then, she lay on top of his chest, her playful eyes meeting his. "Sleep, you're going to need strength to add me to your peerage, Naya." Kaido sighed, a mix of relief and disappointment washing over him. He was happy because, finally, Kuroka was going to join his peerage, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly what he had imagined would happen. He expected something a bit more intimate. Kuroka noticed Kaido's expression and found his reaction amusing. She knew very well what he had imagined. With a mischievous smile, she gently caressed his face. "After I join your peerage, I will want to have many kittens, Naya, so sleep happily." Kaido couldn't help but laugh at Kuroka's teasing. She knew exactly how to toy with him. Even though he was tired, he felt at peace at that moment. Slowly, he closed his eyes, allowing the exhaustion to finally take over. In a few minutes, Kaido fell asleep, the smile still present on his face, while Kuroka remained lying on him, a protective and satisfied look on her face. 3 days later in a forest in Kyoto. Kaido, Thalia, Kuroka, and Zenobia stood in front of a giant tree that stood out in the middle of the forest. The leaves were dense and green, and the trunk had a deep brown color, which seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. The girls watched the scene with curiosity and anticipation, especially because they knew they were about to meet Kaido's adoptive parents. Thalia and Zenobia were clearly anxious, while Kuroka, with a mischievous smile, seemed more interested in what was coming than worried. They watched Kaido silently, waiting for him to take the initiative. Kaido removed a ring he was wearing on his finger. The ring, with a green stone at its center, seemed to have its own glow. He held the ring in front of the girls and, with a subtle movement of his hands, transformed it into a key. The green stone turned and rearranged, taking the shape of a complex metal key. The girls exchanged glances, visibly impressed, as Kaido approached the tree trunk. He examined the surface for a moment until he found a specific spot, a small slit perfectly aligned for the key. Kaido inserted the key into the slit and turned it firmly. A deep sound reverberated through the forest, as if the earth itself were responding to the movement. From the point where the key had been inserted, a magical outline began to glow, outlining a door that magically appeared in the tree trunk. The golden glow was almost hypnotic, and the wood opened slowly, revealing a hidden path. This is the door to the fairy world, where my parents and my first girlfriend, if I can call her that, are. Kaido smiled slightly as he spoke. The hesitation in his voice was noticeable, as if he still wasn't sure how to define his relationship with Asia. Thalia, Kuroka, and Zenovia didn't seem very interested in the part about the fairy world. Instead, they immediately focused on the mention of Asia as the first girlfriend. Kuroka smiled mischievously and didn't miss the opportunity to tease. "Naya, first girlfriend, huh? But not the first to taste you, right?" Kuroka commented, her mischievous gaze turning to Kaido, who merely rolled his eyes, amused. Thalia, on the other hand, frowned, clearly annoyed. She had always been competitive and jealous, and the mention of Asia as the first visibly bothered her. Zenovia simply shrugged. "I don't care much as long as she's trustworthy." Her tone was pragmatic, as always. Kaido laughed at the girls' comments. Their reactions, each so characteristic of them, made him realize how much the group had become a sort of peculiar family, where even the teasing had a familiar and affectionate tone. "You just need to remember to behave in front of my parents." The girls looked at him with a mix of challenge and humor. It was clear that the meeting promised to be interesting, and despite the teasing and tensions, they all knew that this moment was important to Kaido. They prepared and crossed the magical door, entering an environment where the freshness of nature mingled with a welcoming and magical feeling. Kaido led the way, feeling his heart warm as he saw the environment he loved so much. He knew he was finally home, and he was eager to introduce his friends to those who had raised him with so much care. Chapter 106. As Kaido stepped through the portal accompanied by Thalia, Zenovia, and Kuroka, he was greeted by Asia, Mickey, and Garu waiting on the other side. The moment that unfolded was filled with an intense emotional charge, highlighting the deep bond between the characters. Asia, upon seeing Kaido, couldn't contain her joy. Her eyes sparkled, and she immediately ran toward him, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Without hesitation, Asia lifted her face and kissed him deeply, a gesture that transcended a mere reunion, expressing the relief and love she had held in his absence. "Smooch." Kuroka, observing the scene with a mischievous smile, couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Asia's exuberance amused her, and the young woman's passionate behavior seemed to provide a sort of entertainment for the playful cat. Zenovia, on the other hand, watched Asia with surprise. Her eyes narrowed briefly as she recognized the young woman as the excommunicated nun. Though her expression remained neutral, the memory seemed to rekindle thoughts of the past. Thalia, however, couldn't hide her irritation. She rolled her eyes, her face reflecting an impatience that bordered on jealousy. Asia finally released Kaido, but the radiant smile on her face made her profound happiness at seeing him again unmistakable. She held his hands for a moment, her eyes filled with emotion. "I'm so happy you're back, Kaido," Asia said, her sweet voice brimming with genuine joy. "I'm happy to be back too." After greeting Asia, Kaido averted his gaze, signaling that his priority at the moment lay elsewhere. He gently let go of her hands and began walking toward another part of the area, visibly focused on a different task. Asia watched as he walked away, her expression shifting from one of glowing anticipation to a more resigned demeanor. Once he moved away, she turned her attention to the others present, striving to maintain her composure. Kuroka was the only one to respond with genuine enthusiasm, raising a hand in an energetic and teasing greeting. "So you're the famous Asia, the girl who stole Kaido's heart, Naya." Asia immediately flushed at Kuroka's teasing, her face turning a deep shade of red as she tried to mask her embarrassment, glancing away for a moment. The shy smile on her lips betrayed the mix of emotions the teasing had stirred. Kaido continued forward until he reached Mickey and Garu, his adoptive parents. Upon seeing them, he felt a wave of warmth and nostalgia flood through him, and a spontaneous smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he wrapped them in a warm embrace. That physical contact seemed to convey everything he had been through, as well as the significance of that reunion to him. Mickey held Kaido tightly, while Garu, visibly moved, patted him affectionately on the back. "I'm happy to see you both again," Kaido said, his voice full of emotion. Mickey smiled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We're so happy too, my son. You don't know how much we've waited for this moment." Garu nodded, keeping a firm hand on Kaido's shoulder. "You did what you needed to do, and now you're back where you belong." There, in his parents' arms, Kaido found a brief moment of peace, a rare state in his life full of challenges and constant battles. As Mickey held Kaido in her arms, she lifted her gaze and discreetly observed the three young women accompanying him. Her look carried evident curiosity, trying to understand who these figures were by her son's side. After releasing Kaido, she moved slightly closer, maintaining her warm expression but with an air of inquiry. "Are these young women your friends, Kaido?" Kaido glanced at Thalia, Zenobia, and Kuroka, a faint smile on his face. "Yes, Mom, they're my allies. They've helped me a lot in fighting my enemies." Mickey nodded, though her eyes still conveyed careful curiosity. "I see. Thank you for taking care of my son," Mickey said, with a gentle smile directed at the three. Her voice carried a mix of gratitude and genuine interest. "I'm sure he couldn't have done it without your help." "Oh, it wasn't just taking care of him, mother-in-law Naya. We're more than just allies, you know?" Kuroka insinuated, winking at Mickey as she referred to herself, Thalia, and Zenobia as all being Kaido's women. Mickey's face paled for a moment, clearly surprised and trying to process Kuroka's words. Her welcoming expression shifted to one of puzzlement as she looked at Kaido for some explanation. Garu, on the other hand, seemed amused by Kuroka's teasing. He let out a hearty laugh and patted Kaido on the back again, this time with an approving air. "Well done, boy. Looks like you've been handling things just fine." Asia, upon hearing Kuroka's words, couldn't hide her discomfort. Her eyes quickly filled with tears, and she pouted as she looked at Kaido, her voice coming out in a lamenting tone. "Are you going to abandon me, Kaido?" Kaido sighed, trying to remain calm amidst the situation. He looked at Asia with a reassuring gaze and extended a hand to hold hers. "Asia, it's not like that. You're all important to me in different ways. I would never abandon you." "Do you promise, Kaido, that you'll never leave me?" Asia asked, her voice trembling. "I promise," Kaido replied as he kissed her softly on the lips, trying to ease her distress. Mickey, slowly regaining her composure, gave a faint smile as she noticed the evident awkwardness of the situation. "Well, it seems our Kaido has found people who truly care about him, and that's what matters most to us," Mickey said, her voice now soft and conveying acceptance and understanding. Kuroka only chuckled lightly, satisfied with the small chaos she had caused, while Thalia and Zenobia exchanged glances, each reflecting on Kuroka's words and the impact they had on Asia and Mickey. Despite the awkwardness, Kaido felt grateful to have these people by his side. Even with the teasing and tensions, he knew they were there for him, and that was enough to keep his heart at peace, at least for the moment. A month had passed since Kaido's return. He sat on a large rock, watching Kuroka, Asia, and Zenobia as they bathed in the waterfall. The crystal-clear water cascaded over the rocks, creating a serene natural scene, a stark contrast to the battles and challenges they had all faced recently. Thalia sat between Kaido's legs, leaning against his chest. She watched the other girls with a gaze that mixed curiosity and introspection, while the sound of the flowing water and the surrounding birdsong created a rare sense of tranquility. Thalia broke the silence, her voice soft, almost a whisper. "I like it here in the fairy world. It's peaceful, it's beautiful, but I miss the human world. I miss the chaos, the streets, the lights." Kaido nodded, holding her tighter. "I understand, Thalia. It's safe here, but it doesn't have that energy of the human world. I miss that too sometimes." He paused, looking at the horizon. "My revenge is complete. I have everything I wanted. But there's still something that worries me. The fear that someone might appear and destroy everything we've built." Thalia turned her face to look at him, her eyes meeting Kaido's. "We'll protect this together, Kaido. No one will take this from us, not after everything we've been through. Kaido smiled faintly, kissing the top of Thalia's head. Yes, together, we'll face anything that comes and ensure this peace, even if fragile, lasts as long as possible. Suddenly, a green light flashed on Thalia's arm, followed by D-Drake's deep voice echoing. To protect this peace, we must grow stronger. Besides, Thalia and I have an enemy we need to face. Kaido frowned, his gaze becoming more serious. The only way to grow stronger is by facing battles. I wonder if something interesting is happening with Rias and Akino. Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba lay on the ground, visibly weakened. Their bodies bore the marks of a grueling and uneven battle, and exhaustion was evident in each of them. An imposing figure glared at them with contempt. Lord Phoenix advanced, his fury evident in every word he spoke. "This is my revenge. The Gremory will regret what they did to my son," roared Lord Phoenix, his voice reverberating with uncontrollable hatred. The four young fighters, injured and nearly powerless, could only listen helplessly to the Lord's threats. Ria's expression was one of despair and pain, her eyes fixed on the ground as she fought against the weakness consuming her. Kaneko, with half-closed eyes, still tried to stand, while Kiba and Akino could barely move, their faces marked by cuts and bruises. Thud! Suddenly, a spear pierced through Lord Phoenix's stomach, impaling his body with deadly precision. He let out a guttural scream, the sound of his pain mingling with the shock of being struck so suddenly and accurately. Arrgh. Lord Phoenix's expression twisted in agony as the pain coursed through every fiber of his being. His eyes widened as he looked at the spear that impaled him. He tried to move, but his limbs wouldn't respond. The impact paralyzed him, the spear's power corroding his vitality. From the shadows, Kaido and Thalia emerged, their figures imposing and filled with determination. Kaido held the spear firmly, his gaze cold and fearless. Thalia, by his side, radiated an aura of power, her eyes fixed on the scene ahead. Rias and Akino, upon seeing Kaido, couldn't contain the expressions of relief and joy that crossed their faces. Even in their weakened states, their eyes shone with renewed hope. Rias tried to rise, while silent tears streamed down her face, mingling with the sweat and dirt of the battle. Akino smiled, her voice weak but full of gratitude. "Kaido, you came." As Lord Phoenix's life began to fade, he cast one last hate-filled look toward Kaido. His skin started to turn to stone, an irreversible process caused by the spear's magic. Amid the transformation, his voice echoed, filled with rancor and helplessness. "You and that damned mercenary." Before he could finish his sentence, his petrification was complete, turning him into a brittle, hollow statue that soon crumbled into fragments on the ground. Kaido approached Rias and Akino, his expression softening as he knelt beside them. He extended a hand to help them up, his gestures careful and protective. Rias grasped Kaido's hand, allowing him to help her to her feet. Her breathing was heavy, but a smile graced her face, reflecting the renewed confidence she felt. Kaido gently pulled her up, while Thalia, beside him, did the same for Akino, displaying a rare gesture of care. "Kaido, are you leaving again?" Rias asked, her voice trembling slightly, revealing her fear. Kaido looked at her, his expression softening. He squeezed Ria's hand and pulled her close, looking directly into her eyes. "This time, I'll stay if you let me stay in your territory." Rias, feeling the warmth and sincerity in Kaido's words, couldn't hold back the tears that silently streamed down her face. She nodded, smiling through her tears. "Of course you can stay. Kyoto is your home." Kaido smiled, wiping Ria's tears with his thumb before embracing her. "Then I'm home, and I promise I'm not going anywhere." Chapter 107. Dear readers, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have followed this journey up to this point. Every comment, every message of support, and every read has meant so much to me. Writing this fanfic has been an incredible experience, filled with intense moments, challenges, and deep emotion, and none of it would have been the same without you by my side. Unfortunately, I have decided not to continue with this fanfic. I've reached the point where I feel the story has fulfilled its purpose, and the characters have arrived where they were meant to be. I believe this is the right time to bring this journey to a close and allow you, the readers, to imagine what happens next in your own way. I am truly grateful to everyone who took the time to read, comment, and support this story. You made this adventure special for me, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed sharing it with you. Thank you for everything. At the end,